Perfect. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 211th meeting of the City Council of Greenfield. Today is November 18th, 2020. The time now is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order, and we are still virtual. This meeting is being recorded and videotaped by the City Council as well as GCTV 15. If anyone else here is doing the same, please notify me at this time. Seeing none. Kathy, we'll do a roll call of members, please.
Councillor Jarvis.
Present.
Councillor Gwynn.
He'll join late, I believe.
Yeah, we had noticed that he may be joining by phone. He's traveling back, but he also may be late. Councillor Disorder.
Here.
Councillor Bottomley.
Here.
Councillor Dolan.
I'm here.
Councillor Gilmour.
Here.
Councillor Wheeler.
Present.
Councillor Mayo.
Here.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Here.
Councillor Elmer.
Here.
Councillor Forgy. Councillor Ricketts.
Present.
President Stemple.
Present.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I am going to cough. Excuse me. And now we'll move to our voluntary pledge of allegiance, please.
And thank you for the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it
stands one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everybody. Do I hear a motion to approve the September 10th and October 21st, 2020 City Council meeting minutes?
So moved, Disorder. Second, Ricketts.
Any discussion here? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Any opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
Looks like we have the motion passes. Question, Kathy?
Can they identify themselves, please?
Do you want to do a roll call?
No, whoever abstained, if they could just say their name so we could have it for the record, please.
I heard an aye. Was that you, Councilor Mayo? Did you just come in late? Does anybody abstain? We'll try that instead. And I see Councilor Gwynn has joined the meeting. I'm guessing I don't hear any abstentions, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next, we'll have some communications from the superintendent of schools and the school committee.
Good evening, everyone. This is Amy Parietti, the school committee chair. I could be wrong, but I don't see that the superintendent is with us. Jordan, are you here? Yeah, I don't think she's on the line, so I just have a quick report for you all. I could, of course, go on for days about what's happening with the schools. There's a lot of stuff that we're juggling day to day, week to week. The biggest thing I think that people want to talk about, and then certainly I'll open up for questions about anything else, is the plan to begin to bring some limited numbers of students back to in-person learning. We're calling that the phase 2 of the implementation of the opening implementation. And the students we're talking about are in a couple of special categories that are just not able to connect at all with academics in remote learning. They may be students with significant special needs. They may be students that are English as a second language. There's a few other populations in there. In terms of numbers and what we're talking about in that first phase of going back in person, it's likely about, I would think, no more than 3,000 students. And what I specifically want to talk about is the great work that has been done over basically since the HVAC guidelines were brought out. I believe it was August, we got the guidelines for HVAC safety. And George from Central Maintenance, as well as the crew that works with him, and Alan Schmidt from the schools, have just done a tremendous job with working with the engineering contractors that were hired to do the assessment and help us do the work. The first thing to know is that in terms of the buildings themselves, our infrastructure was regularly being maintained in such a way that the HVAC fixes that needed to happen for our students and staff to be safe in the buildings was able to be done and was fairly minimal because everything is kept up so well by George and his staff. And so I wanted to acknowledge that and let folks know that we're in a good place. The assessments are done, the testing is done, the fixes are done, and all of our buildings are ready to be operational for limited capacity based on the additional guidelines around social distancing and what capacity looks like in a COVID space. There's a lot of distraction on the line.
Yeah, I'm gonna everybody. I'm looking at Bob Williford. I'm looking at Colin User 2. I'm looking at Al Norman. I'm looking at someone under HP. Can you please mute yourselves? All background noise can be eliminated. Thank you.
Ashley, this is Tim. I'm going to make an effort to keep those muted.
Thank you very much.
Tim, in my experience with the school committees, it's a thankless job keeping them all muted. They pop up like whack-a-mole, just to warn you.
I'll do my best.
The mayor seconds that.
Yes, the mayor has occasionally been the host and had to do that. That's really the bulk of what I wanted to make sure I conveyed to the council. And then, of course, I would happily answer any questions from the councilors.
Well, first and foremost, Chair, I want to thank you and the school committee for talk about thankless jobs, of all the hours that you're putting in right now. Oop, my video is off. It's unexpected. It's on top of everything. You have families, you have full-time jobs. And so I just want to thank you all for the thoughtfulness that you're putting into a process that you never thought you'd have to lead. So I want to make sure that we're acknowledging that and that the community can understand. We're never going to please everybody with their vision of what education should look like right now. And so I do my best to try and pay attention to the forums, whether it's online or in email and everything like that. But I just want to stress to the community how hard you all are working to make this work for all the students in this community. So I just want to start there and thank you. And I thank you is probably not enough, but I can start there. Does anyone have any questions for the chair of the school committee?
No questions?
Oh. No, I'm looking in the chat. Sorry, I'm trying to troubleshoot an issue. And then Sheila, Councilor Gilmour, please.
Sorry, I didn't know if I froze up or not. I didn't want to start speaking.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I have two very separate questions. So I'll start with my first one, and then if someone else wants to ask, I can ask later. But So first, we had approved a budget last year before we knew that we were going to be dealing with this, and I'm kind of wondering about the financial health of the schools right now. I'm sure that whatever it was that we put into place before, I know you're working on like probably plan L or M by now. So I want to kind of check in about that.
Sure. The financial health of the district has been a challenge for a long time, and it continues to be a challenge in this environment. We need to just get through what we're dealing with right now. Talking about, the stage reopening of getting students into classrooms, that presents huge challenges to the budget. And I have said in a very simplistic way when encountering this question on social media that we can't afford to actually go back in person in full capacity. And that indicates very well what the financial health of the district is. We're very concerned. We're more concerned for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. Those are, we have not yet seen Chapter 70 money from the state, and they're still going through their budget process now. So just not having those foundation funds and not knowing what that is going to look like is, of course, presenting some real challenges. And the politics of it at the state level are very concerning for me. That's kind of the thing I've been monitoring. For example, Jeff Riley, the head of DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, has indicated that they've actually funded not only Chapter 70, but the Student Opportunity Act, which was that additional money on top of Chapter 70, because they gave us COVID funds. So even though COVID funds are limited in what they can be used for district-wide, the state is trying to make the argument that because we've gotten X amount of dollars, so what if they're limited to COVID protocol? You're still getting that money from us. And so I would say the long-term outlook is really bleak in terms of what we can expect from the state. We know where the city's at. So we need to really do some very different things to try to close what we know will be gaps over the next at least 3, probably 5 years or more. And then there's some long-term sustainability pieces that we will need to look at, some of which the mayor and I have talked about a little bit, but none of which we're in a place where we can actually start to implement any big changes at this point. As we look at things that can help us save additional money, we will obviously take a good hard look at them and try to implement them if they make sense. That's the best I can answer that question right now. If you want detailed information about budgets, please email me and I'd be happy to give you, details about specific things.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of sort of take your temperature on that. I mean, I trust that things are happening. Some people have expressed some concern to me, so I just wanted to check in.
The big things remain the same. Things remain the same, and that does not, those things going forward being, not adequate transportation reimbursements from the state, not having the amount of money we need for special education services from the state, the city being in a position where what they can do for the schools is really limited by the realities of the city budget. And I can go on and on. We've all heard these things. And when you're looking at physically not having enough space in our buildings for all of our students to return because of the COVID capacity guidelines, that's a huge problem financially too. We can't just go rent space. We can't make the buildings bigger. And so we're left with some unique COVID challenges that once those settle, we hope we can actually tackle the real structural issues that will improve our financial outlook.
Right. Yeah, and my second question, I want to preface this by saying I understand that you have been meeting kind of the way the city council was meeting last year. I know that it's, almost a full-time job for you guys to be on the school committee right now. But I have had some constituents ask me about public comment at school committee meetings. And I understand that if something is not on the agenda, that there's no public comment on that issue. And I think that kind of a way to find that balance in the middle. If you could kind of let me know how people can get on the agenda, so that if people do ask me about this in the future, I can kind of instruct them.
I'm sorry, your audio is breaking up, at least for me. Your audio is breaking up. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I heard
Sheila, it might help to go off video for a second.
Yeah, let me do that. I'm sorry. I've been having connection issues all day. I'm sorry. I did have some people come to me because they were concerned that they're not able to speak during public comment. And I know that the school committee is meeting so frequently right now. And I know that that gets to be very time consuming. So I think a way to find like a balance in the middle, if you could kind of let me know what people can do to make sure that they're on the agenda so that they can speak, then I could provide them a more constructive answer.
Well, we don't have the ability for folks to be on the agenda of the school committee. That's not how we operate. We have a policy around public comment that does limit public comment to the items that are on the agenda. And we have always left public comment open for whoever wants to speak. So I'm not sure what the concern is. As far as I know, no one has said to the school committee that they were not able to speak when they wanted to on something that was on the agenda. I've even, and at least 2 meetings that I can remember, gone back to public comment after we had already finished it because people logged in late and we still allowed them to speak. So I'm not sure what they're referencing, but they should contact me directly or one of the other school committee members if they don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I think that the issue was that people want, at city council, people can speak about whatever they want.
Yeah.
If it's not on the agenda tonight, but maybe it's something we're going to vote on next month or the month after, they want to get on our radar ahead of time. So I'll let them know to just contact folks ahead of time via email. Is that the best way to do it?
We accept email anytime. They don't have to contact us ahead of time. If there is a concern about the policy that our public comment is limited to items on the agenda, they could talk about that, with us via email. And if there's enough of support for that to change, we would look at changing it. That policy predates me, predates, at least half of the school committee. So we can always look at changing policy, but that's the way it operates currently under a long-standing procedure. Any other questions for me?
Not seeing any in the chat box. I think someone just came off mute. I'm not hearing any. So
and I don't see that the superintendent joined us. Otherwise, I would see if she wanted to comment on anything, but I don't see that she's here. So thank you all for your time and your questions.
It sounds like we just have to continue keeping on with all the hard work that you guys are taking on right now.
Same to you guys.
And I say this too, and I mean it. If you need anything from us on the council, please let us know.
Yeah, more cash. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, you're not. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, we all know where I'm coming from. You guys all have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Communications from the mayor, please.
Good evening, counselors and members of the public. I just want to let Amy know we're printing it as fast as we can in the cellar of City Hall, but it just seems to be gone by the time it gets upstairs. That's money I'm talking about. So that was a joke. Thank you for this opportunity. I don't have a lot to say tonight. As Amy mentioned, we're not a lot different in City Hall. There's 1,000 things we're working on at once. and most of you know what they are. They begin with the word spire and end with the word station, among other things. I do have the budget, end of year, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm happy to take any questions you have for the mayor. But I also have Liz Gilmour on tonight, and I would like an opportunity under this section for her to speak about where we are in the end of the year finances. And you have some budget reductions coming up. Marla Warner is on. I think Chief Strand may be on. Chief Haig is has another meeting tonight. He is available if we need him. So I would just say, in the interest of their mental health, if you could ask your questions now versus later, they might be able to sign off for the rest of the evening. But if you need to hold until you're in discussion about the issues that are on the agenda, then I'm sure they'll stick around for it. So that's it from me. I see that you have Marlo on the agenda, but also, just let me know what you want to do. I'm ready for any questions that you might have, and I'm also sure that Liz is ready to speak to you.
All right. So with that being said, do any counselors have any questions for the mayor? Sure, Councilor Dolan.
Hi, Mayor Rita Gardner. Just two quick questions. First, just following up on an email I sent the other day. Earlier in the spring, back in the early phases of the pandemic, we, as the council and also the planning board, voted positively on the idea of forming a zoning committee, and it kind of fell, I think, out of everybody's attention as we were all dealing with the crisis. But if we were going to get that started, do you have a sense of what some next steps would be?
Okay, thanks, Tim. I actually read your follow-up email today, so thank you for the reminder. And I don't see any reason why I can't get to that shortly. I actually have a couple of questions for you. Obviously, there's no email in your inbox because I didn't respond with them, but I will. And, but I'm going to say let's stick a pin in that for after Thanksgiving, and then we can work actively on setting that committee up.
That sounds great. Just kind of want to get it back in process.
Yeah, no, it's important, and I liked basically the makeup per the council before, but I do have a couple of questions about it.
And my second question, it may actually be good that Ms. Mew is on the call because it is about assessment. You can tell I've been doing a little retrospective of things that have happened on council. In my first or second meeting back in either January or February of 2018, so almost 3 years ago, the council approved money to evaluate the commercial assessments in town. And I feel like I ask about this about every 6 months, and the answer is usually that it's almost done. So I was wondering if we could get kind of a sense of, get an update on that, and also a sense of when it might be in front of us.
Let me ask you first before I turn it over to Kim. What is it? You want to know at what stage we're in with commercial revaluation? Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was an off-cycle commercial reevaluation that we wanted to do.
We did talk about it last night at Ways and Means, and she did speak to that. So if it's still fresh in your memory, Kim, do you want to help answer this question?
Sure. So we thought we were just about done with it, which I think is where you and I had spoke last time. And we found out actually that it's a little bit, we're going to go a little bit more in depth than we were expecting to be able to do. Basically, what we're working on right now is we've completed all the inspections that need to be done, unless something comes up that's, sort of strange that we want to go back and take a look at, or, something of that nature. But we're doing much more of an in-depth study on the commercial and industrial properties, because we're finding that something as simple as for example, one of the places downtown, one of the buildings has a land use code of maybe a storefront, and in all actuality, it's offices, it's commercial offices, or vice versa. So we just want to make sure that everything is classified properly, but also there's things like medical offices that are sort of, generally those are in a neighborhood, and it seems like in the city of Greenfield, they're sort of spread out. So rather than classifying the neighborhood with that, we're actually looking specifically at those properties and where they are, and making sure that we have a new code, a land use code, that actually says that it's medical offices, because those are valued a little bit differently. So we are, almost done with bits and pieces of it, but it is going to take us a little bit longer than expected. I don't know that I can give you an exact timeline as to when it's going to be done, because again, we don't know where the world is going at the moment. If everything went back to normal, I'd like to say absolutely completed in a perfect world again within, I would say, 3 to 5 years. But I would say, to be on the safe side, because of the way the world is right now, I don't want to say that it's going to take 10 years at all, because I really don't think it will. But I would say closer to the 5-6 years to get us really where we want to be, right? Exactly. Everything classified properly, all the cost tables updated, exactly where we want them to be. So I would say I'd like to be optimistic, but I hate to be optimistic and then have it fall back. So I would say, closer to 5-6 years will be completed, but certainly very deep in depth with research and everything that we're doing right now.
May I follow up, President Semple? Just to confirm, so it sounds like we're getting more than we bargained for with this process, which is great. Just wanted to confirm that as you're going through, we're kind of continuously adding those reassessed properties back on the tax roll. This is not something that's going to come all at the end, but it's happening throughout the process.
Right. Any changes that we make are happening right away. If we waited, the only thing that would happen then, well, obviously we're losing out on revenue, but we would also hit these people pretty hard, and we don't want to do that. So that's why it's going to take a little bit longer as well, because there's so much that we're working on, but also we just don't want to slam anybody when obviously everybody is struggling at the moment. So that's why I hesitate to give a timeline. But, we certainly want to be fair, and we want to reassess everything. And we're definitely getting way more than we originally thought we were going to.
Who is making that noise? All right, I think we're all set.
Do you want to hear from Liz now?
I see that Councilor Elmer has a question for Liz. I'm going to ask again for those who might have just joined the meeting. If you aren't speaking, can you please turn your mic to mute? Okay. Councilor Elmer, please.
Hi, Liz. I've been having a lot of conversations. There's still someone who's not muted. Anyway, with people about the funding for the big construction projects we have going on. And I thought I'd better fact check something I've been telling people.
I'm looking at.
You hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, people say, well, how can we're going to spend all this money, my taxes are going to go up.
Yes.
And what I try to say, and you've heard this from me before, is that taxes go up on their own schedule, not more than 2.5% a year, but they run down one track, and that funding for big construction projects are done by floating bonds, and that if you retire the old bonds before you float the new ones, it shouldn't affect the taxes. A, is that right? And B, are you confident that we can fund these projects without burdening the taxpayers down the road more than the 2.5% that they expect to get? That's it.
Okay, so you're partly right on debt coming off and debt coming on. But what I would clarify even further is the 2.5 you speak of, that the debt service on any debt the city has outside of debt exclusion is contained within that 2.5%. So the only debt exclusion we have right now is the high school, and that is an additional amount that is added to your taxes. So the operating budget that these capital projects are, the debt service will be contained in as part of the operating budget, has to stay within 2.5% of the levy limit. Sometimes you can see, all depending on revaluations and all that, because as your valuation goes up, the tax rate goes down and vice versa. An individual may see more than 2.5, it might be 3, but overall you have to stay within the constraints of 2.5. Does that?
If I could follow up, the second part of the question is: are you confident that the capital projects we're looking at right now can be funded through bonds that won't, how do I say it? Won't bankrupt the town, won't get us into trouble, won't slam the taxpayers the way they fear they will be?
Again, I will go back to 2.5. Does it mean that in order to stay within 2.5, we make adjustments to the budget as we vote the budget, that we aren't going to fund something else, but we are going to fund this? And that's choices you make every single year. So to say it's due to this debt service there isn't a one-to-one correlation, I guess, is what I'm saying. You could have your health insurance go up, and that could impact the taxpayer, just as the debt. The debt has to stay within 8 to 10% of the operating budget. So as long as you're following policy and you stay within 2.5, there is not going to be the impact beyond the 2.5. However, the city or the mayor in presenting, or the city council in voting the budget, may choose to fund some things or not fund some things, depending on what's presented as the overall budget. I guess that's, I know it's a difficult concept, but most people always think of capital projects as being debt excluded. And most certainly, when something is debt excluded, it is an additional cost to the taxpayer. And that is a one-to-one increase in their taxes.
Okay, let me just take one last crack at this. You are the person who knows the budget. Can we count on you that if we've gone way off on a limb and that where we shouldn't be, that you will warn us?
I think I have done that in saying, and then the mayor can vouch for this. We've had meetings where I have said that there are other capital projects we just cannot do because we need to stay within reasonable constraints, and that we will have to manage our capital improvement program to make sure that we stay within, so that what you're fearing does not happen. It's all about managing your resources and managing the debt and the capital projects.
Thank you.
I just want to mention a little bit about the two financial orders that are coming up in relation to the FY21 budget. There is the reduction and a corresponding one to increase the ambulance revolving. This is due to state aid reductions and increase in state assessments of school choice and charter. We are doing this to manage our resources, both short-term and long-term. Short-term, we're navigating through COVID and we're trying to leave the city in the very best position for FY22. And long-term, we want to maintain the city's financial position. So that is why we are making these reductions. Of the reduction, I know a lot of people have zeroed in on the amount of salaries. We have reassured counselors that there aren't layoffs, these are vacancies, or we've had people postpone hirings. And some are just, we're just new that we just aren't going to fill. And that's a great majority of the reduction. So again, we're just trying to manage our resources to address getting through FY21, and that we also are in a good position for FY22 because, you know, we want to maintain our financial position as we go through, for example, as Councilor Elmer said, these capital projects. And I do believe the city is in a good position. We're pretty solid. We've made through on local receipts, which a great deal of that was due to cannabis revenue, but we'll take it. I think that, you know, we didn't reduce. Another thing, you know, I felt for the chair of the school committee, and we very purposely tried not to reduce the school appropriation through this. And I can also tell you that I've been working very closely with the school department on utilizing the city's care funds to the extent we can to help them. We've helped with some of the remote learning. We've helped with some of the social distancing and the teleworking and all of that, so that they can use, so their funds will go further, their COVID funds will go further. So we are trying to help, but we all are in a difficult position, and we're managing it though, which is the point I wanted to make. Is this is all about managing our resources. And I can answer any other further questions on these particular orders when we get to them, or if you have them now, happy to answer them.
I'm going to acknowledge Councilor Gisela. She has a question for the mayor, and then I imagine there might be further questions about this topic as we move through.
May I redirect my question to Director Gilman, please?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. So I have two questions on this. I've been listening to some of the meetings. If we needed to borrow more for the fire station project, you said that we were in good financial shape. Would we be able to do that if it was more than the 6 million? Would we be able to borrow 7? Because I've heard other numbers thrown out.
So we haven't gotten to the point of updating you on the fire station yet, because I do believe the 7 has been addressed. So when we get to talking about that, we will. Mayor would like to speak to that.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't need to cut you off, Liz. So
That's fine.
forgive me for that. I do have David Singer on the line. He's the chair of the Permanent Building Committee, and David Mascaratolo, the 2 Davids, as well. But yes, David Singer can address any questions that might be put to him this evening, preferably on the front end of the meeting than the back end of the meeting, but whenever. So he's there to answer those questions. Liz is correct that the 6 million is solid and we need it, and we can address it with other means, as I've said all along. The 7 million, the additional million.
Does that answer your question, Councilor DeZoyer?
Yes, but I have a follow-up.
Sure.
If I may. Do you know if we are following similar patterns of other communities as far as capital spending and budget cuts? This is for Director Gilman.
So each community assesses their resources individually. I have seen some communities that drastically cut their 21 budgets, and some communities decided to delay or not do some capital, but others have. I mean, it's all in your financial position. And again, I will state that I think the city is in a strong financial position. I am a proponent. I think I've said this before in meetings that when you defer maintenance, you really, really pay in the long run. And so not only do you pay twice, you have escalation costs, and it's an organization, whether you're a city, a town, a private industry, you're far better to maintain solid maintenance capital investment, which is our 8 to 10% policy, than to ignore it and let it build. Because I have literally seen some organizations that are crushed under the amount of the maintenance they have to do to keep their buildings intact. And so I don't believe in just cutting things off because you don't know what's happening. I believe it's managing, which I think we do. It's managing future requests. And I understand people being worried because this is uncharted, but quite honestly, for being uncharted these times, I think Greenfield has done really well in managing it. So yes, Jenny, I have seen, or Councilor DeSorger, I have seen Some cities and towns delay. I have seen some cities and towns drastically cut their 21 budget, and many of them are realizing it wasn't quite necessary now. But I still state that our larger challenge will be in 22 than versus 21. But again, we'll manage it. Any other?
So next, I would like to acknowledge Councilor Mayo. And for those who didn't, he messaged me, and I just want to, if he messaged me
I had
privately.
to switch computers, so I don't have my hair's not made up. that it's me, Doug. Anyway, this question is for you, Liz. It's not really a question, but it is a comment and maybe a question. But basically, I am hearing, as other counselors have stated, very much so from our precinct, or my precinct in Precinct 8, that they feel like they're being, what's the word? I don't want to say hornswoggled, but they feel like they have not been able to participate, or there's been a huge lack of communication when there's been jumps or in requests for money that doesn't necessarily get to them, and then all of a sudden they hear in the newspaper or on Facebook or social media that another $1 million is going to be asked for the library projects, or not the library project, but the fire station, and that they're worried at a time that some of them don't have jobs, or they're sick and don't have the ability to work, and it's really drawing upon their minds that yes, the city, as you say, may be able to maybe dealing with this well, but I can't say that for the people in Precinct 8 that are, I've spoken to maybe a half dozen people in my precinct, and they are right on the edge, borderline of losing their property. And I would hate to see them lose their property because they couldn't pay their taxes because of these new kinds of things. And I have told them that some of those things won't be coming on the tax rolls until 2024. But here we are, almost a year later, and we're just as bad as in the COVID situation as we were almost a year ago. So who's to say what kind of shape that they're going to be in 2.5 years? So that's my concern. So my question to you, and you've answered it a couple of times, but it's my computer has been kind of in and out, and I want to hear from you directly. Say that you feel comfortable with where we are with the finances that we're doing with the fire station, with the temporary fire station, that you feel comfortable in where our numbers are. I'm sorry that was long drawn out, but yeah, I got there.
So I'm going to take this in two sections. One for the people who are concerned about what it goes up, but each year there's Proposition 2.5 where taxes go up, whether we're talking a fire station, whether we're talking, like I said before, health insurance or pension assessment or other costs contained within the general fund operating budget. And so again, I will reiterate that this debt service is within the operating budget. It is not outside the operating budget. To make sure that your entire operating budget isn't taken up by debt service, you have a policy that says it needs to be within 8 to 10% of the operating budget. So in that regards, what I can tell you is your taxes are going to go up each year. And I know no one likes to hear that, but I live in a small town and my taxes go up every year. Is it due to a particular capital project? No. So there isn't that one-on-one.
But you have a job. But you have a job.
On me.
And some of the people in my precinct do not.
So I empathize with that. I guess what you're saying is, or you aren't saying, but people don't want anyone to spend money because they are not employed. And we have to keep the city functioning. We have to keep moving forward. I know that, I don't want to seem cold-hearted on this, and I understand what your constituents are saying to you. And I hope that things do turn around. I'm optimistic for within a year. I really am. But I think to just say don't spend any money, whether we're talking about capital or otherwise, isn't necessarily strong financial management. And I know that's probably a different level than what an individual in their household is dealing with. I know that. And I don't want to take this lightly. I do know that, the mayor and our economic development office has tried hard to not only help out businesses, but what has been available to help out people throughout this time. So they are trying hard to help the community.
And as a follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair, not only am I talking about the people in their private homes, I've been talking about with businesses in my precinct as well, and they've had to lay off, and they're a small operation. They've had to lay off staff, and that's been detrimental to both the employee and the business, because the person that they laid off was a full-time person, and they relied on that person to do the job that they were hired to do, and now it's really coming down to the wire for this business, and it's a very beloved business. I would hate to see that it go under. And again, I've heard what you've said about there are some things that we need to do, and I fully agree with that. But I also want you to understand that people are really hurting, and businesses are really hurting, and I don't see a path from the national level, from the state level, Not so much on the local level because we don't, we do provide jobs, but not nearly as much as at the state level or the national level. But I just wanted to put in that plug about the business. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Can folks mute? Just a reminder for folks to please mute yourself if you are not talking. We have quite a bit of background noise. Thank you. Next we have Councillor Forgy, who has a question.
Thank you. So Liz, I have a couple of questions for you. You have mentioned many times that the budget is set up within certain parameters, and the borrowing is also within a parameter as well. And you mentioned that the margin for borrowing, which we try to maintain, is 8 to 10%, if I understand you correctly. 8 to 10% of our operating budget is more or less reserved for borrowing. Is that correct? Okay. So my question is, if we're forced, we're going to see tonight that we are going to make cuts from our operating budget. So if we are forced to continue to cut the operating budget, how does that affect the 8 to 10% margin, or the number of which we are able to use for the borrowing?
So in relationship to our entire budget, what we're cutting tonight is not significant.
I understand that part, but
Okay. So it would have to be millions upon millions of dollars to make a difference in what you're speaking of. So quite honestly, I also maintain, I've had this conversation with Councilor Wheeler, is that I actually strive to keep it at the 8% mark because I don't like cutting it that close. So our operating budget, even in a bad year, at least goes up 1%, if not 2%. And just doing the math on that, you could see where that would be a significant, that would not add up to an amount that debt service would be. I guess. So, and again, I say this is managing it, because I also think that folks say, they look at $5 million and they're thinking that's $5 million right now. And we all know that that's spread out over time, over 30 years, with interest. So it's not $5 million in one fell swoop. And I do think people get confused. They just see the ticket price and they don't realize what the debt service annually is on that is being paid out of the operating budget. So I think sometimes that's a concern too of folks.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? Thank you. I know you've said this before, so I'm going to ask you, so I apologize if you could repeat this. If we approve the money, when does the permanent borrowing hit us? And prior to that time, when do bans hit?
So each project's different because we have the library money up front, so we don't have to take out any bans until we go through that. And I believe that's estimated in some point towards the end of fiscal 22. But on bans, you just have to pay the minimum interest, the interest amount until you do bond. So it's not as significant as the bond payment when you actually finally do bond. So the library was set to, and again, I can see if I can find it, but I have in my mind 2024 for the library because I don't believe the last grant reimbursement is until that time, and the fire station was going to be bonded prior. So in 2024 bonding and then payment in 25. I will have to pull up all my lovely spreadsheets on that, but which I'm kind of using. Let's see. And again, I'm also going to work with our financial advisor again to revisit and strategize over the best way to manage all of this. You know, is there even a better way? You know, but the fire station library do come on within a year of each other.
That's the permanent borrowing.
The permanent borrowing, that is correct.
No bans on the library, but bans on the fire station.
Correct.
And when do bans come into play?
Well, depending on how this all goes.
Right, okay.
It would be staggering into part of 22.
Okay.
So at some point in 22. And continuing until you bond. Now, you don't do the entire amount. You estimate how much of the project is going to be done each year. Marlo does a lot of that with a lot of his projects.
Okay.
And so you would borrow that amount for that particular fiscal year.
Okay. So we are going to see if the motion to fund, we will see some immediate addition to our operating budget that has to be paid.
You would see ban interest.
Ban interest. Okay, thank you. Okay. My brain is rusty. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
We will definitely go into this in further detail again in December.
Okay.
It's just that this was kind of full already, Councilwoman.
Gotcha.
All right.
Thank you.
Question from Councillor Gilmour.
Thank you. I saw the way the speaking order went, it looked like I couldn't tell if I got skipped or what was going on. I'm sorry.
I'm just going by the chat box.
Okay. All right. So my questions are mostly for Liz Gilman. And Liz, I know you're on the hot seat right now, and I just want to recognize, I know that you're working really, really hard, and I know that this is not an easy situation to be in right now. So I want you to know I'm not attacking you, but I do have to ask some tough questions because I am getting these from my constituents, and I have to answer them, you know. First, I'll ask you a question. What is BAN? Is that an acronym I'm not familiar with?
Oh, sorry. It's called the Bond Anticipation Note. So that's short-term borrowing, and that's done until you bond, which is the permanent financing.
Okay. Okay. No, I do remember that. I didn't recognize the acronym. So I think that a lot of the people who are coming to me are really concerned about the timing of all of this. I've had a lot of folks who never supported the library in the first place, and you know, of course, they still don't support it. But I have a lot of other people who supported the library, but now they're finding themselves out of work, and they're wondering, you know, like, is this the right time to do this? And they recognize that this grant is only for a limited time. You know, we all understand that part. And one person that I spoke to on the phone this afternoon, the way she put it to me was, you know, if you were getting ready to buy a vacation home and you had this extra money, and then all of a sudden the pandemic hits, you find out that your hours are cut, you know, and your finances have changed, maybe you just don't do it. And it's not even an idea that I'm happy about suggesting, because I really do want to see the new library be built. But I mean, I also have to recognize, so I'm on the bargaining team for my union at UMass. Out of like a couple thousand members, there are like 8 of us that are on the bargaining team, dealing with management, talking about how we're going to deal with members, and we've got hundreds of people who are put on furlough. They've either got their hours reduced or their hours reduced, in some cases down to 0. And we're looking at layoffs. They've already told us that they're not talking about bringing us back to work for quote unquote normal operations full time until probably next August. And there are people in Greenfield who don't have the protection of a union the way that I do. And even if they did have that protection, they don't have a very large or strong union the way I do. And they're really worried about this. I know that's more of a rambling thought than a question, but I did want to sort of put that out there, because that's something that's really affecting people right now. My other point, and I asked this a few months ago, early on in the pandemic, I was asking if we were talking about legislation for years in the future. And I think maybe it was premature to ask that question, but now that we see that this has been going on for so long, I want to know what the long-term implications are for Greenfield, because I know that for my household finances, this pandemic is going to have an impact on my spending for the next several years. And that's just me working with an Excel spreadsheet, knowing what my paycheck is. So I don't know how far in advance you look at capital spending and operating budgets and things like that. I'm sure you can't talk about 2030. I know that you're probably already looking at 2021 and 2022. I mean, how far out are we looking at this having an impact on us? I know it's a big question. So
the question I guess I need to ask is, are you talking the pandemic, or are you talking capital projects?
I'm talking about how the pandemic is having a financial impact on all of our residents and the majority of our businesses. I would probably say all of our businesses. I think Big Y is probably doing okay, because we're still all buying toilet paper. But I mean, the People's Pint, they tried to open up very briefly for takeout, and it wasn't sustainable, and they had to close down. I'm scared that People's Pint is never going to come back. And that would just frustrate me, because I feel like the People's Pint is such a part of Greenfield. I've heard that there are certain businesses in Greenfield that have already announced they're not reopening. And, these vacant storefronts, I mean, I try not to get into that negativity about, the vacant storefronts on Main Street. But now that we've had this happen, we're really looking at this being a serious problem that can't be chalked up to stinking thinking, I mean, this is something we really have to solve. And if we don't have these businesses generating this revenue and paying taxes to sort of offset it for our residents, I really do worry about how we're going to be able to manage this. And I want what's best for us in the long term. I don't want to bump in the road to derail all of our plans, but I also don't want people to fall by the wayside, because we've got some strategic vision for how things were supposed to be that we thought up in a pre-pandemic world. And
Sheila, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm not quite sure what your question is for Liz. So if you could articulate that,
I'm sorry.
I'd appreciate it.
I want to know what our long-term spending is. I also want to sort of convey some of the things that people are talking to me about. They're really scared. And I think that when these people are talking about not being able to, not having work and having a library, they're really choosing their bank account over the library.
So long-term capital projects, I can tell you, as the mayor can tell you, as we had this conversation that we wouldn't be doing anything major until 2036 again. And that's the truth. And that we were going to have to manage the capital improvement plan in between. In terms of, and we don't plan a debt exclusion vote. So I'm trying to think of major items that would impact your tax bill. However, do I anticipate that it'll go up 2 or 2.5 each year? Yes. That's the nature of property taxes in the state of Massachusetts. Do I understand their worry? Yes. I know the mayor is working with businesses, as I said before, trying to work on those renewing their liquor licenses, trying to work with those on other payments that they're making, and even folks whose property taxes are behind and they get liened. Our treasurer works very well with folks in working out plans. Nobody wants someone to lose their house. No one does.
Is it just me or is Liz breaking up? Can you go off video? You're breaking up a little bit. Yeah, that might help if you go off video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I was saying was, I know for those folks who have gotten behind that our treasurer, no one wants to see anyone lose their house. And she works very well with folks and sets up payment plans. I personally am hopeful of what I'm hearing in terms of vaccinations, that we will slowly come out of this. And that why I don't think it'll be 100% right, immediately back to normal. I'm hoping within a year. And in the meantime, on the city side, we are doing what we can do to help businesses stay viable. I don't know if the mayor wants to speak to that more, or, yeah, I kind of figured.
Are you okay with that, President Stemple? Okay, thank you all for your patience here. I've heard a lot of things this evening, and I really do appreciate everybody, especially counselors, conveying concerns from constituents, because at the end of the day, they're my constituents too, and they speak to you, to me. And so I greatly appreciate that. Can people hear me? I see a thing in the chat that says maybe people are not having such good reception, but I'm going to continue speaking anyway. So I've been there before. I've been without a job. I've been in that scared position. I know it's hard for people to maybe understand that, but it is in fact the truth. So I empathize greatly. And at the end of the day, I want to see great success for the city of Greenfield. And so I want to make sure everybody fully understands. I'm going to speak broadly and then I'm going to speak specifically. That we have really good people working for the city of Greenfield, whether it's, our department heads, our financial director, our treasurer collector. We are all concerned, and we've been dealt a certain amount of things that we never thought we'd have to deal with. So I appreciate, again, everybody's patience on that as well. So I just want to say that we are attempting to manage this as best we can. And when Director Gilman tells you we are doing a good job, it's a bit of a, you can take that to the bank, literally. We are doing a good job for this year. And we are doing that good job so that we can prepare for next year. That's one thing I want to make people aware of, because we are now in the budget season and people, department heads and everybody are looking at their budget. And it's difficult because we don't have all the numbers that we need from the state to say the end of the year fiscal 21 is X and we're going to be good or we're going to have issues here and there. And I would love to be able to come to you tonight would have been loved to have been able to come to you tonight with that full report, but we just don't have everything we need right now. So I just want to make sure people understand, particularly counselors who do have to take votes on this and also have to answer to their constituents, that I'll remind you that you have budget reductions coming up this evening. And the reason that we're doing that is because we have to. And we have to do that in order to balance this year's budget. And we have done it in the way that we feel like has the least impact, but still provides Greenfield with the services that they need. As has been mentioned a couple of times, we do have to keep moving forward and we have to do it within our means. And that's what we are working very hard on doing. And I think we're there, frankly. And with regard to the bonding, and believe me, I have probably a master's degree in budgeting that I'm not doing all that well in completing because it's more than I thought. So I'm learning along with you, but the bonding piece is somewhat separate from the tax piece. And when you say that, it is hard to understand. But again, I'll remind counselors that I said in various things that I've sent to you and so forth, that we simply cannot bond for major projects. This is kind of it for Greenfield for a while. Do I have other things in mind? Yes, but and I'm sure future mayors will too. But we know, looking at what we have on the books already that we're bonding on, we can bond for a fire station. We can bond for a library. And then short of making sure that our sewer and water works like it's supposed to, and so forth, we can't bond any more major projects for quite some time. And that'll help in the long run because, and I'm oversimplifying this for the sake of time as much as anything, as debt comes off, we have better capacity to pay the debt that we already have. And what we're doing to manage that is not take on any more than we have to. At the same time, we have sewer infrastructure that's outdated. We're under consent decrees, et cetera, et cetera. So you're never going to see a capital budget that doesn't have anything on it because that's not the way you continue working, making a city work for you. And so I just want to make sure everybody understands that we all have our eyes on the ball. And nobody wants to see anybody lose their homes. Nobody wants to see people go out of business. We are working very hard with other businesses. And I will say that on any given day, Chief of Staff Danny Letourneau is talking to various businesses about how we can provide help for them. She's doing that in concert with Economic Development Director MJ Adams. It takes up, especially now because of COVID, an enormous amount of our time. And that's good because that's time that we want to put into it because that's what's important to the city of Greenfield. So, and then every now and then we get a little glimmer of hope and a little piece of the sky where we can think about the future. And I got to tell you, we're doing that too right now. So I just, for what it's worth, I want you to please trust the people that you employ that are in charge of the city, because we are working very hard every day for all of you in the best way that we possibly can.
Thank you. Councilor Ricketts, is your question related to the fire station in any capacity?
Okay,
Because,
never mind, I passed.
okay.
Didn't ask
Sorry, it
anyone
took
else what they were didn't ask anyone else what they were gonna speak on. Okay.
I was just going to acknowledge Chairperson Singer, since he would be speaking on the fire station.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone on the council. I know you have a long night. I will keep it short, and I thank you for the privilege of speaking. I want you to know, as the co-chair of the Fire Station Building Committee, both our committee and I am very sensitive to the economic questions that you're asking tonight. And we also incorporate COVID into our decision-making as well. So we think about the taxpayers. We've thought about all the questions that you've asked us and all the concerns that you've had, and we've incorporated it into the plan that we're hoping to present to you in most detail next month. But at least I could say this to answer some of the questions and to see if I understand what Liz was trying to say. Number one, because we borrow at a rate of between 6 and 8%, and that's a steady state, baked into everybody's tax bill is an amount of money that we pay interest and principal on for debts that are currently in the system. So what Liz is saying is that by borrowing this additional $5 million, that number should not change. The baked in number should not change very much. There may be other reasons for tax increases, but the two projects will not necessarily change the amount of money that you'll be paying on your tax bill because of that baked in amount. The second thing is Councilor Gilmour using the analogy of a second home. This is not a second home repair or purchase. This is our home that is falling apart. We have a library that's non-compliant that cannot be used. Technically, it cannot be used. If the state came in, they would probably be able to shut it down. And we have a fire station that's way out of compliance. So what we're doing is trying to put our house in order at the same time that there are these, at the same time that we have these other economic concerns. So what's happening? We have $9.5 million being given to us by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And we have a foundation that's fundraising, that's telling us that they're going to fundraise between $1.5 and $2 million to offset the appropriation that you made to them of $10 million. That money goes away if you don't vote for the fire station. So what we're trying to do is say to you, we need $5 million. The mayor found another $1 million. Our project is $17 million. You've already provided us with $500,000. We will find the other $500,000. It will be a $17 million project, of which $5 million is going to be appropriated within our bonding limits, so that the taxpayer should not be impacted materially because of that baked-in number that's in our tax bill. If we don't do it, on the other hand, and it's not a threat, it's not anything, it's just if we don't do this now, considering all the things I just told you, when the COVID is over and the vaccine is there and the COVID is over, we're going to be sitting there with these two properties that are going to have to be maintained and reconstructed at a time when we won't have the benefit of what's presented to us now. We are stimulated by this move because of the $9.5 million and because we need a new fire station, not because it's frivolous or gratuitous. So again, if I were on the council, I'd have the same concerns that you have. In fact, I was on the council and I did have the same concerns that you have. But I'm telling you that I'm bringing that sensitivity. Our committee is bringing that sensitivity of your questions and the taxpayers' questions to our proposal. And we believe, all things being equal, that the taxpayer's life will not change materially if you vote the $6 million for the fire station. because of the fire station, especially with the fundraising by the foundation and the $9.5 million grant from the Commonwealth. We should be able to ostensibly have our cake and eat it too. Now, I'm an advocate, and you could take me with a grain of salt, but that's where we're going to be coming from when we come to you next month to present to you why you should vote yes on the $6 million. Thank you for letting me speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to clarify some stuff that's going on in the chat box, I never intended not to allow Councilor Ricketts to speak. If you think about us being in a non-virtual space and we were having communications from the mayor and there were questions, more often than not, the people who are sitting in the audience who are expertise on the situation would all come to the table and speak at the same time. So I was just trying to understand if she had a question about the fire station, and if not, I would have asked her to wait until Chair Singer spoke, so we can now move on to something else. So Councilor Ricketts, please, the floor is yours.
Well, I just want to say that I know that Mr. Singer was in the chat, but he should wait in line like everyone else, that we shouldn't do that to begin with. Okay, I think the questions are really important that people have been asking. I just want to say that I applaud this council for the direction they've been going in tonight, speaking with Liz Gilman. We are headed for a big unknown. I work someplace that I was furloughed for 6 months, and after this Thanksgiving, it could happen again, and it could happen to many people in this town. So I think important things came up tonight about the debt, about maybe 7 million, not 6 million. And so thank you, councilors, and let's keep it real and just keep asking these very important questions and not saving them all until December and then pushing this through with our big heart. I mean, it's not our fault. This 9 million, it was great, but at the end of the day, it's costing us so much more. So I just want to appreciate that we are speaking for residents who are actually watching and wanting to understand or making us know that they are 200% behind the fire station. It's this whole added temporary that's needed that's throwing them all off. And I'm glad that what they all have to say is resonating with counselors here. We are not a rubber stamp. This is very important. And I know some certain things I want to look up now. And Councilor DeSorja, you brought up a good point tonight about things that many towns have just put on a back burner, mostly because of COVID. And so, yes, we are standing out there pretty much alone about how we are proceeding compared to most other communities. So I just want to thank you, counselors, for the hard work you've done tonight here.
Thank you. Any other questions for the mayor from counselors? Seeing none at this time, thank you very much, Mayor. We're going to move on to communications from other city employees, beginning with John Lunt, our GSET General Manager. We do have a GSET item on our agenda tonight, but most, I guess, outside of the item on the agenda, just having a nice update from GSET. We haven't had one in a while, and it's nice to welcome you back.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. GSET is continuing to grow. We now cover 85% approximately of residents in the town, and we now have over 1,500 broadband customers. We have 1,100 customers who take our internet. We have 425 customers who take internet and television services. We have 200 customers who take phone services from us now. And we also, I'm happy to say, have several dozen families with children attending remote school taking advantage of the equity program, which with the help of the Greenfield Education Foundation, Gilmour and Farrell Insurance, and Greenfield Savings Bank provides them with a free installation and free use of internet services so they can remain connected. And we think that's very important. I want to take a moment here. I've been listening to the conversations that are going on tonight and the concerns that people have. And I want to tell you that there's something you can tell your constituents right now if they want to help their finances out. They can sign up for GSET. Right now, these 1,500 customers save about $1 million a year versus other cable options. We have done a number of surveys about how much people save with GSET in regards, in relation to other services. Internet-only customers save about $400 to $600 a year, and TV and internet customers save well over $1,000 or $1,200 a year. That is a lot of money. And as I said, a great portion of Greenfield is currently covered. So if you have constituents who are passing along concerns about how to manage their finances, there's something you can tell them right now. You can tell them that GSET can sign them up and they will save significant amounts of money on a service that everyone has to have in the 21st century. If they call us, we will get them signed up and installed within 10 days. So I just want to make sure that people know that. And if any counselors want to talk to me or want to have me work with them to try to get the message out to people, I'm happy to do that as well. And I have more stories than I can tell you tonight about people who have called us and told us what they've been able to do with the money that they've saved switching to GSET. So this is a portion of the town that can help in this situation, and we want to. We are continuing to build out and increase our coverage area. We're working on Deerfield Street. It takes a while. It's a complicated process. You can't just go out and put up sorry, I can see the chat box stuff too, and it's distracting. You can't just go out and put up fiber. You have to do engineering. You have to work with partners who own the poles. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we will be very soon building out in the Deerfield Street area, down Mill Street, over to Meridian, and up towards Petty Plain Road. There are currently, we anticipate covering about 400 additional homes with that build out that will take a few months to finish up. And that means, given how we normally add new customers, there will be 100 to 150 homes within the first year that would add GSET service. One item on your budget tonight is the $32,000 and change of the bond premium. We do need you to vote for that, in part because COVID has affected many areas. One thing it has affected is our supply chains. There are many people around the world who sell fiber. Most of it's made in Western New York at the Corning fiberglass and glass factory. And there are lead times for telecommunications fiber that have gone from weeks to well over a year. And we need to be able to buy these things now. We place blanket orders in early. But if we're not able to buy that, it isn't like we could come back in a little bit and buy it. It would be over a year now until we could buy it because supply chains have been severely disrupted. So that is something that we really do ask that you follow through on and appropriate the bond premium for us for that purpose. And we would use it for materials and survey and engineering. It would be to add new areas of the network to Greenfield.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought you were done. Can you continue, please?
No, I am done. Thanks. Thought you had a question. Sorry.
I do have a question. So I know you and I have had these conversations before in terms of laying down wire. Where do we stand with housing developments like Oak Courts? And I know Briar Way will probably take getting through Deerfield Street. because my priority is getting low-cost internet access to those who need low-cost internet access. And so that was kind of promised to constituents, and we haven't really delivered on that yet.
Sure. Well, we actually have Oak Courts completely wired, and we have customers in Oak Courts right now. We have brought internet to the doorway of Leiden Woods, and now we're just working with the company that owns the buildings in Leiden Woods. We can't just put receivers on their buildings. They have to give us permission first, and we've sent them pictures and had discussions about what it means to do that and how we would install, and we're just waiting on them to give the final go-ahead. But we have all the materials there to be able to work into Leiden Woods. The areas that we find more difficult are areas like Greenfield Gardens or Briar Knoll, where everything is underground. First of all, we have to get down Deerfield Street if we're going to get to Briar Knoll. But when everything is underground, there is no conduit that the city owns that we're able to use. The only conduit is put down by competitors who, unsurprisingly, aren't willing to let us use that. So we either have to come up with a different solution. We're actually working right now on some engineering on how to go from Deerfield Street up to the back end of some Briar Knoll places. We're doing the same thing a number of places like Silver Crest condominiums. And we're also looking at how we could do that at Greenfield Gardens, because trenching is frankly just so expensive that it's a very difficult thing for us to do. We worked with the mayor to talk with the lieutenant governor's office about having MassWorks be something that maybe we'd be able to access in the future, because I think it is indisputable that internet is infrastructure in the 21st century. But some of it is just the realities of what it would cost to trench down into those areas. And I think we will have Leiden Woods covered fairly quickly. I think Greenfield Gardens will take a little bit longer because of just the nature of how we deliver service and what avenues are available for us. We'll be able to cover some of it in a reasonably short period of time, but there are issues that we have to solve by putting up our own posts, and some of that is on private land, so we have to negotiate with the people who run those operations. We do keep it in mind, and I will say that the majority of the first portions of the network that we have built are in areas that are up to 75% low mod income in the western part of town, and we have worked with MJ Adams and economic development in the mayor's office for years to make sure that we do the best we can to cover people equitably. So I would say we're doing okay, Madam Chair, not great, but okay. And we're still working on trying to find ways to get to those places that we haven't gotten to yet.
Great, thank you so much. Councillor Ricketts, please. You are on mute.
Always try to keep myself unmuted just for that. So excellent question, Madam Chair. This is exactly where I was going. It's so important that we, keep track of those folks that fall, in the cracks. So I'm so glad to hear that you're really working, and you may have some problems, like at the Leiden Woods area. If there's anything that we can do as counselors to, lend some words or something to the managers there to help get that, please reach out, because I know, like Councilor Semple said, this is really important to us that low-income folks get this. So anything we can do to help, that would be great. And is River Road in your plans as well?
Not the initial Deerfield build, but we are, it just takes some time, and we have to do it in a way that we can afford. So we will get there. I appreciate the offer of help. I will definitely take you up on it. I do want to say it's not like people at Leiden Woods are being resistant in any way. It's just a long process to get the permissions that we need. We have everything we need to get to work there. And the other thing I would say is, based on the success of the equity program for students. We are a public instrumentality, so we have to make sure that we obey the laws of the Commonwealth. But we are now looking at a program for seniors and that aligns with abilities to offer special programs that seniors receive and veterans receive and certain low-income groups can receive. And we're working through the legal ability to offer that now to make sure we're doing it the right way. But we plan on rolling out a senior equity program too, so people who need to take advantage of that can.
Okay, follow up, please, Madam Chair.
Yep, of course.
So, do you think there's any way to get some grants or something for veterans and the seniors to help this at all?
Sure. Well, we apply for grants all the time. I'm currently in the midst of applying for a Bay State grant. And again, the town's very helpful with that as well, too. I have not been made aware of any specific grants for veterans that would be pertinent to us, but I can certainly look a little farther. Some of the issue is that there are a lot of grants if you're a tiny little town and rural and you're not served at all. If you're a larger town, it's a little harder to qualify for grant money. But I can certainly work some more with the town and see if we can find something that we haven't been able to find as of yet.
Okay, and my last piece is with the holidays coming up, you may not be able to do it this year, but if you want to think about adopt a veteran or adopt a senior for this program, that would be a good idea because that's maybe something some of us could do. And so if we wanted to do a gift where we pay, 6 months or a year and we do that program, I'm just throwing that out as an idea.
Oh, why don't I follow up with you on that? We do adopt a family now, but we're very open to that. Let me follow up with you on that, Counselor, and see what we can do there. We'd be happy to do that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And you mentioned 11,000 customers, John. Where do we stand in terms of being on track to being in the black and paying down the $5 million investment?
Well, we should be on a monthly basis. We should be in the black sometime towards the end of the third quarter of this year, which means that we will, and that will be not with grants. Now that will be just in the black. I don't know yet if we'll be that way for the whole year. As for the paying back the bond, we paid it last year, and we'll pay it this year. And we'll pay it going forward. So it's the same answer it always is, Chair. We need more customers. We add them steadily and consistently, and we're getting very close. 1,500 customers is very close to the number we had projected years ago, really, as to what we needed to consistently be able to cover the costs of running GSET. We're at the sort of height. There would certainly be some monies for any capital, but the large amount of the bond is sort of in play for us at the moment. So I don't anticipate really large increases in expenses like we've had the last few years. So I think that I would say if you gave me a month on either side, because COVID is affecting us like everyone else, I would say in sometime towards the end of March, we should have the first month where we can consistently bring in enough revenue to be self-supporting.
And I was totally overzealous and I said 11,000. What I meant to say was 1,100.
If it was 11,000, we'd be having a very different conversation.
All right, great. Thank you. And I'm not seeing any other questions for you. So thank you, John.
Okay.
Really appreciate it. And I want to also thank you for all the hard work you've put into turning around what is such a great investment for the city.
Well, thank you. And last thing I'll say is if any counselor wants to talk to me or wants to find out about what we're doing in their particular area to reach out, I'm always available. And just please give me a call or email me and I'll get right back to you. Thank you very much, everyone.
And I can agree with him there because I bug John all the time and he's always so gracious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
And next we have Assistant Assessor Mew. We are talking about our tax classification. It's our first hearing, or it's our hearing, our first reading tonight. And then it's also on our motions and agenda. So we invited you to speak. Take it away, or I can ask if anyone has any questions, however you prefer.
Hey everyone. I don't really have much other than just to kind of go over the classification. So if anybody has any questions for me, I think that would be okay.
And most of it might have been covered at Ways and Means. Councillor Gilmour.
So I haven't had a chance to catch up on the Ways and Means meeting, so I think this is unrelated to what you were talking about there, but I did attend a meeting recently. We're on pandemic time, so it feels like a few months ago, but I think it was last week. And I wanted to know, like, what's the turnaround time when a person brings up an issue as far as like tax assessments goes, to have those issues addressed? I know Kimberly was there, and some of the counselors were also there, but there were some specific properties that were pointed out, and I kind of want to know, like, what's a reasonable amount of time that we would wait for that?
So it sort of depends on the request, the time of year. This is sort of there isn't a specific time period or time frame that I can give you. It really depends on the request about a specific property. Like I said, in Ways and Means, which obviously you had just said you weren't there, but some of the things that had been brought up were not necessarily something the assessor's office has jurisdiction to handle. It might be an enforcement or a licensing issue, which I think we had brought up most of those cases and let anyone who was asking know about that. But, you know, we certainly want to address anyone's concern. Specifically speaking about that particular meeting and the properties that were brought up, we have not had a chance to look at them yet because we've been trying to get prepared for today and get all of our approvals that we need from the state to be able to have this meeting today. But we certainly plan to look at some of those things. You know, and again, it's sort of a hard question to answer, Sheila, because it really depends on the specific type of request. If someone came to me right now and said, you know, I think my value is too high and I would like you to come out and take a look at my property, at this point in time, the best I can do is say that once you get your tax bill, there's a time frame, which is the month of January, that you can file an overvaluation, and then we will start that process of doing an inspection and checking out why, you know, what's going on with their property that they think it's valued too high. You know, if someone brings a property to my attention, such as, you know, oh, I think, you know, this property has, you know, this going on and there's something wrong there versus this one over here. You know, again, this time of year is tough for me to go right out and look at it because I'm trying to get all of this stuff done. But, you know, it really, really depends on what the question is, what the property, well, no, it really doesn't depend on the property. It depends on the severity of, you know, what is being asked. So I hope that helps answer your question. I know that's kind of a vague answer, but it really kind of depends on what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I'm sensitive. I know that you're very busy, and I don't think that anyone is trying to like cast any doubt on you. I want you to know, like, I'm like supportive, and I would love to help if, you know, I don't know if there's anything that the city council can do. I'm just kind of concerned because we do have residents coming to us that are worried, and, you know, if there is this feeling that people aren't paying their fair share, it means that falls on other folks who are paying. You know, I don't complain about my tax bill, but if I found out that I was paying $25 too much, I could find another use for that $25, you know? And I think that it kind of ties into some of these other conversations we've been having tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know what's reasonable so that, I don't want to bug you tomorrow, but is it okay if I bug you in 6 weeks? Can I bug you in 3 months? Like what can I do?
You can certainly send me an email anytime or give me a call and leave me a message or, however you want to contact me is completely okay. Don't feel like because I have this going on right now that I'm ignoring other things. I definitely take a look at it. I'll look at the request, if it's like, hey, can you just take a look at this one property and tell me, I think this is going on, but can you just give me an idea? I might be able to just look at the record card right online and say, oh, it's actually this. They are doing such and such. So it could be something simple. If you have, 20 properties that you want me to go out and take a peek at, I might say, okay, I got to finish up these couple of things. So in the next couple of weeks, I will head out there and then I'll get back to you. So please, feel free to send these requests at any time, and I can assess them once I see them and sort of give you a better time frame as to, when I can get you an answer. And I also just want to recognize everyone. I want to say thank you so much for everyone offering so much help. I just feel, obviously I have no idea. I've never been on, I've never had another job like this. So I didn't expect so much help, and I really, really appreciate it. Sometimes, I may say, well, I can't have you do this. It's not that I don't want your help. It's that it might be something that the state doesn't allow for, or something that you just may not know how to do just because, generally the average person doesn't know how to do the assessing job because, who grows up wanting to be an assessor? But I just really want to say thank you for everyone offering so much help. It's greatly appreciated, and I certainly will take it up if I can find some help that I could get from you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I am going to, that's our first item after public hearing and second readings. Folks don't seem to have questions. I hate to make you stay late, Kimberly, but
it's okay.
It's up to you.
I can certainly stay. I don't mind. Everybody else, I think, is in bed, so I'm totally fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Director Warner, please. We haven't heard from DPW in a while, so welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and good evening to the rest of the council and the general public. I think I can give a quick overview from DPW. Really, we could do a special meeting just to talk about the successes of the DPW and the projects through the madness of COVID and whatnot. Overall, we're winding down most of the construction projects. We've completed quite a few of them. Some will carry into the spring. And I certainly, on that piece, I would take any questions on specific projects. I do have 2 items on the agenda this evening. Obviously the budget cuts that we've talked about, and also the Wisdom Way appraisals. So just to address the Wisdom Way project real quick, not to bore the ways and means with another baseball analogy, I'll use a football analogy. So it's a project that's been going on for about 2.5 years. We carried the ball from our 10-yard line, and we're on the 5-yard line, or I should say the goal line of this project kicking off. So the last piece is getting I believe 15 properties, very small parcels, some a little larger, appraised, and then we work on either gifting or we go into negotiations for permanent requisition and temporary requisition of those properties for that project to proceed. To date, the city has put $284,000 in appropriations into this project, and it started out a $3.2 million project. It is now going to be a $3.7 million project. So I think it's a pretty good deal for the city, and we've had a lot of discussion on that. So again, we'll be working through that throughout the winter months if the funding is approved. Right now, it looks like the project should go out from Mass DOT for bid late summer, early fall of 21. So we expect maybe a start on that project in the fall of 21, or most definitely in first thing in the spring, perhaps throughout the winter, depending on how tough the winter is next winter. So that kind of sums up Wisdom Way where we're at on that project. In a quick note on the budget cuts, I certainly don't want to steal Councillor Wheeler's thunder from last night that he's going to report to you. But just to touch upon it, and I'm going to stay on for any further questions. It goes back to March. I think we all talked early on. I've been in close communication with Liz, or I should say she's been in close communication with us as well as the council. We didn't know what was going to happen with the state funding, the cherry sheet. So I did want to state that through it all, I put in place in the new budget cycle no unnecessary spending. What I mean by that is only necessary spending. We've gotten by without a few things. We've really managed overtime real well. So I think the impact on this budget cut in the near future is okay. It's the long-term impact if some of these things are not restored in the budget that would have a much larger effect on the community. And real quick, springtime, COVID will be gone, I'm predicting. Hopefully we're back to full force in the field. I think that's where, we really got to knuckle down with these budget cuts as far as materials and supplies and staffing. I think that, we're going to get to everything. We're always there. That's what DPW does. We are public works. We're just going to get there a little slower. That's the way I see it right now. We'll see how things pan out. We may not hit our target dates exactly of opening a tennis court, or perhaps the swimming area will be a priority anyways first thing in the spring. But I just wanted to make that brief statement on the budget cuts. And I'd like to restate that I think the long-term impacts are something to look at a lot harder than the short-term impacts on this cut. It's COVID created these cuts, as bad as that may sound, but COVID also gave me the ability to find some materials and supplies and whatnot we didn't use because of COVID. So call a little bit of offsetting penalties, if you will. So.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Warner? Again, you have an item on the agenda, so we shall see. But I'm not seeing any questions at this moment, so thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we're going to move over to some public comment. And so for those of you who haven't participated in our virtual public comment, I will go over everything for you. So you have 3 minutes, just like you would in our in-person meeting, but we don't have a sign-in book. We use our chat box as our sign-in group. And so if you'd like to speak during public comment tonight, please sign in by typing your name and your street address, and if you're not in Greenfield, your city, please, into the chat box, and then I will call on you in the order that you typed into the chat box. And so if you want to go ahead at this moment in time, just sign in to our virtual sign-in, that'd be great. And I will start calling those as I see them rolling in. And our wonderful clerk will keep time. And so once you hear her phone going off, that means your 3 minutes are up. I'm not seeing anyone signing in. I'll give it just a minute more. And so while folks are signing in, and please do so publicly, so you're sending it to everybody. I see Charles Roberts first on my list, but he sent it to just me. So I will have you, Charles, begin speaking, and please, if anyone else would like to sign in, please continue to do so.
Hello there, good evening. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm Charles Roberts, 15 Spring Terrace. I've been sitting on the Greenfield Planning Board since 2015. I'm currently the chair of the planning board, and I just came here to speak about the ADU zoning initiatives that are before the council this evening. There's four kind of basic issues. There's the condominium sort of loophole, supposed so-called loophole we wanted to close. There's Mr. Norman's initiative, which sort of has three parts: the 3/4 acre minimum lot size for an ADU, having detached ADUs be reviewed by special permit, and also having the planning board be the special permit granting authority. So in 2015, the ADU bylaw was passed with detached ADUs as requiring a special permit. Since then, we've had three come before the board. Two have been built, and then so there hasn't been a huge rush on these, but they're a great opportunity for people to create housing opportunities for family and friends, and to create greater density within downtown Greenfield and some of the outer neighborhoods. And recently, so in the spring of this year, Councilors Dolan and Wheeler brought forward the initiative that looked at creating detached ADUs by right. The planning board reviewed that. It was just as the pandemic was breaking out, so we had lots of technical difficulties with WebEx, which we've since ironed out. But during that process, we went back and forth and got significant public input, and in conjunction with the planning department's recommendations from Eric Torog and ourselves, we actually forwarded a negative recommendation for creating a detached ADU by special permit. The city council went ahead and decided to allow it by right at their meeting in the spring. Since that time, Mr. Norman has put forth a citizen petition to again create a special permit for detached ADUs, and we met the EDC and planning board had a public hearing on that, and I believe the EDC forwarded a negative recommendation on Mr. Norman's proposal. The planning board, however, did review we were at the public meeting, and then we had our own meeting in which we reviewed the ADU question. We forwarded a positive recommendation on the initiative, again returning the ADUs back to special permit. The thinking there being that all of our neighboring communities, Montague, Northampton, Deerfield, in fact, most of the communities throughout the state require a special permit for detached ADUs. They're not really a solution for affordable housing. They're not inexpensive to build. They're really market rate housing, which doesn't make them inherently bad, but it does make them sort of a privilege in a way. And they're going to be going into potentially tight neighborhoods, and we see having the neighbors having an ability to weigh in on the ADUs through detached ADUs through a special permit process is going to create better design, better community, better outcome for all.
Charles,
if you could just finish, short of time.
Yeah, if you could just finish up your statement, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'm all done. Thank you.
And it's nice to see you. I don't see anyone else signed up in the chat box. So we are going to go ahead. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Ashley?
Yes?
Ashley, can you hear me?
I can. Mr. Norman, can you please sign in to our chat?
Ashley, I signed in 4 times.
I don't see it anywhere.
Well, I'm signed in 4 times. I don't know how else to do it.
Those were coming in a message to me.
Oh, so.
But Tim, do you have Tim, do you have it? Can you just verify that as the host?
Of course you can speak, but I'm just letting you know I didn't see it. So please,
No, thank
you
you.
have 3 minutes. Please state your
I've
name
had
and address
trouble
for
with.
the record.
Yes, councilors, my name is Al Norman from 21 Brunel Street. I'm wanting to speak for a couple minutes about the ADU, if you get to it this evening, the issue of ADU and neighbors. I'm hoping that we won't pit neighbors against neighbor in this discussion. I want to encourage neighbors in Greenfield to work with one another because that's what zoning is all about. It's bringing people together, not dividing them. As you know, most towns that have ADUs have them by special permit. It's particularly important for detached ADUs. The other forms of interior and attached really don't concern me, but the detached second home on a property is significant. But my message tonight is that you can't have ADUs without taking away neighbors' rights. I had some concerns about ADUs in the beginning, and I remain skeptical about them as a housing initiative, but I don't think we have to go so far that we take away their neighbors' rights to comment on a proposal that will have a significant impact on them. I mean, putting a second house on a lot that has been for one home only for 50 or 60 years, it's startling change for the neighbors. It's a big change, and it could result in an impact on their neighbors' resale values later on. So I don't want to, create a situation where to get ADUs, we have to hurt neighbors. There should be a balancing here, and that's what zoning is all about. It's a false choice to say that we have to pit one against the other. The special permit itself is not meant to be adversarial in a process. So I hope the council will send a strong message, if you deal with this tonight or at another evening, that the council wants to see ADUs and neighbors working hand in hand so that we can accomplish the goal of having housing where it's appropriate. Because I think that the strong sentiment I've seen, Madam President, has been to give the neighbors back their rights to have judicial review under special permit. I've sat through every hearing, every EC planning board hearing. Everybody who spoke in favor of restoring the special permit. And I know from a number of councilors who have called me that there's sentiment on this council to not hurt neighbors in order to get ADUs. So it's a compromise. I'm asking the council to move forward on this in a positive way and make people feel good about the process of having zoning overseeing this. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, and sorry about that. Of course, I'd let you speak. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Anybody else who maybe signed
No,
in?
it's my technical problems, not yours.
Maybe someone else signed in privately to City Council. I just want to make sure I'm not seeing anybody else from my view. So before I move on, last call. Okay. That being said, we will now move on. I will now open the public hearing at 9:07 p.m. And we have a few second readings. Councilor or Vice President Wheeler, please, page 14.
Thank you, Madam President. City Council second reading, November 18th, 2020. Reduce the FY21 general fund operating budget appropriation of $53,879,442 by the amount of $370,000 for a revised FY21 operating budget total of $53,509,442. Authorize increase fund 1585 ambulance revolving fund spending limit $40,000 for a revised spending limit of $120,000 for the fiscal year FY 2021. Appropriate $32,423 for GSET fiber and equipment, and appropriate $42,900 from the General Stabilization Fund for the appraisal of right-of-ways along Wisdom Way.
Second, Mayo.
President Stemple, this is Kathy.
Yep.
The public hearing notices also need to be read, please.
So starting at the top.
Thank you. I think I thought those were part of the minutes. A public hearing, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020 at 7 p.m. at Johns On Community Center or via WebEx to adopt a residential factor in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 58, Section 1A, which shall be used by the Board of Assessors to determine the percentages of the local tax levy to be borne by each class of real and personal property. The assessors shall provide all information and data relevant to making such determination and the fiscal effect of the available alternatives. The hearing is required under Section 56 of Chapter 40, Massachusetts General Laws. Ashley Stemple Ray, Greenfield City Council President. Public hearing. In accordance with Home Rule Charter, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 18, 2020 at 7 p.m. via WebEx to receive public input on the following. Reduce FY21 General Fund Operating Budget Appropriation of $53,879,442 by the amount of $370,000 for a revised FY21 operating budget total of $53,509,442. Authorize increase Fund 1585 Ambulance Revolving Fund spending limit $40,000 for a revised spending limit of $120,000 for the fiscal year 2021. Appropriate $32,423 for GSET fiber and equipment. Appropriate $42,900 from the General Stabilization Fund for the appraisal right-of-ways along Wisdom Way. The City Council may consider the same on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020 at 7 p.m. via WebEx. Materials can be obtained from the City Clerk's office, 14 Court Square, from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, or by phone, 413-772-1555, extension 6163. Ashley Stemple Ray, Greenfield City Council President.
Thank you. Those are not motions, so it doesn't need to be seconded.
Thank you.
Now we will move on to the motions, Councilor Mayo. And so we have, so Kathy, that's a very short opening of the public hearing, but should I go ahead and close it?
So you should ask if anyone of the public would like to speak under either of these public hearings.
Yeah.
And then if no one wishes to speak, you should close it.
Yeah. And so that means specifically any of these items, meaning the tax classification, the reduction of the operating budget, the increase in the ambulance revolving fund, the GSET fiber, or for the allocation for Wisdom Way. And so if anybody would like to speak to that, please make sure you're typing to everyone or me and let me know. I'll give you about a minute. Seeing nobody, we will move on to motions, orders, and resolutions, and I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:12 p.m.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
A privileged motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you want to make that motion now, or would you like to hold until new business?
No, but it's appropriate. We discussed it and we said motions is appropriate. I didn't hear you say new business, but anyway, we're here at motions. Let's read it. It's a quick one. Privileged motion. I make a privileged motion based on the confirmation we have received tonight from the mayor and the finance director on the positive financial information regarding the fire station project, that construction of the temporary fire station at the Hope Street parking lot begin without further delay. Submitted by myself, Councilor of Precinct 8. My rationale for that is, with the money on track that we've heard for both the fire station and the temporary fire station, I would like, it behooves us to have a demonstration of commitment toward any grants received, affirming the city's promises as well as the voters of Greenfield. Thank you.
So a privileged motion, unfortunately, is non-debatable. And we do have a lot to discuss further before. So we can go ahead and vote on this.
Point of order, I wouldn't consider this a privileged motion, and I would, under the definitions of in Robert's rules of privileged motions, which refer to the specific needs and comfort of counselors and timing. And so my recommendation would be to, or request would be that this be moved to new business.
Thank you. I tend to agree simply because I think the comfort, if I'm thinking about the comfort of the council is their right to continue asking questions before they make a decision on something so important. And so we can move this to new business, Counselor, and discuss there.
I also have a point of order. I said I had a question, but I think it's a point of order. I'm wondering if this is a resolution rather than a motion.
It is a motion.
Are you amenable to take this up under new business, Counselor Mayo?
As long as it gets read tonight, yeah.
Sure. Thank you. And my comfort is that I did close the public hearing thinking we were moving on to item 1 on our agenda, and we haven't gotten there yet. So we will revisit this under new business. Thank you for your being agreeable for that, Councilor Mayo.
No problem.
All right. Page 15, please, Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the City Council adopt a minimum residential factor of 1, resulting in an equal tax rate for all classes of property for the fiscal year 2021.
Second, DeSorga.
Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee after extensive discussion and questions from Chief Assessor Mew. There was talk around what the implications of adopting a split tax rate would be, and there was
Councilor Wheeler.
Mm-hmm. Am I cutting off? Yep.
Thank you. See if that works.
Okay, we'll try again.
Better, thank you.
Okay, there was discussion of what the implications of adopting a split tax rate would be, and there was consensus from the committee that Greenfield does not necessarily at this time have a broad enough commercial tax base to support a split tax rate, and there was general consensus that the middle of the pandemic was not the time to adopt one, and there seemed to be consensus that a committee would have to be convened to study the issue ahead of time. So therefore, Ways and Means did concur with the assessors, the Board of Assessors, in forwarding a positive recommendation to adopt a single tax rate.
Great, thank you. Any discussion from councilors? I'm not seeing any, so we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councilor DeSorga? Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Dolan?
Yes.
Councilor Gilmour?
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councilor Mayo?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts,
Yes.
Vice President Stemple.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, page 15, Vice President Wheeler. You are muted. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I move that it be ordered that the City Council votes that no residential exemption be adopted for fiscal year 2021.
Wait a second.
Second to Sorga.
Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. There was some brief discussion around which communities in the state have adopted residential exemptions, and it tends to be either very big cities or generally it's mostly vacation spots where the majority of residences are second homes. So the committee did not feel it was appropriate to adopt the residential exemption. So it recommended no residential exemption.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion from the council? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor DeSorger,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour,
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts,
Yes.
President Stemple.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And again on 15, Vice President Wheeler.
I move that it be ordered that the City Council votes that no small commercial exemption be adopted for fiscal year 2021.
Second to Sorga.
And report from committee, please.
A unanimous positive recommendation that no small commercial exemption be adopted. Again, there was brief discussion about the communities that do have the small commercial exemption. There was consensus that were Greenfield to adopt a split tax rate in the future, that the small commercial exemption would probably be appropriate, but that it is not appropriate at this time or with a single tax rate.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll move to roll call vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Abstain.
Counselor DeSorger,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley, Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour,
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts,
Yes.
President Stemple.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler, page 21, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be ordered that to reduce the FY21 general fund operating budget appropriation of $53,879,442 by the amount of $370,000 for revised FY21 operating budget total of $53,509,442. $53,109,442 is to be raised and appropriated, and $400,000 transferred from parking meter receipts for fiscal year starting July 1, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. The following accounts are to be reduced. Reserve Fund, $25,000. Technology MIS salaries and wages, $22,000. Energy expenditures, $12,000. Dispatch salaries and wages, $50,000. Fire department salaries and wages, $46,000. Fire department expenditures, $14,400. Public Works salaries and wages, $103,600. Public Works expenditures, $16,600. Central Services salaries and wages, $14,100. Central Services expenditures, $1,000. Central Maintenance expenditures, $16,300. Cemetery expenditures, $13,500. Recreation salaries and wages, $20,500. Workers' compensation insurance, $15,000. Total reduction, $370,000.
Second. Mayo.
Thank you. Report from committee.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means after robust discussion with the mayor, Director Gilman, Director Warner, and Chief Strand. And I'm happy to speak to any pieces in specific, and I'm sure the department heads are as well.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this is probably the right move, and I understand the mayor's logic of cutting positions that are open or not filling positions that might have been filled. I think that's the appropriate thing to do in a crisis. But I did want to express my regret that this is hitting the DPW so hard, and just emphasize that I really value the work that they do, and I really hope that we can get them back up where they were as soon as possible. So thank you, Marlo. I hope you'll communicate that to the rest of the staff as well.
Will do.
Any other comments or questions on this motion?
I believe Director Warner had his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I can't see everybody on the screen, so the most effective way would be either to use the chat box or holler at me. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I did forget in my report to the council, I hope this may be the right spot, although it doesn't seem it. I had in my notes, the first thing was to mention that our deputy director has taken another position in another community, as I think all of you know. But I wanted to take just a moment to thank him for his 13 years of service to the city of Greenfield. Although not from Greenfield, he treated the community as if it was his own. Paul is very professional. He's a very good diplomat has been a very good diplomat for the city. He's been an excellent conduit with all the committees and boards working with me. And I just like to wish him well and thank him so much for his service to the city.
Can I echo that? I've spoken to Paul on numerous occasions, whether it be tree warden or anything at the DPW, and he's just been such a great asset to the city, and I wish him the best of luck on his new adventure.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments or questions, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder. Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Gilmour.
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Mayo.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
Vice President Stemple.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Vice President Wheeler, please, page 33.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that it be ordered that the City Council authorizes increasing Fund 1585, Ambulance Revolving Fund spending limit, $40,000, for a revised spending limit of $120,000 for the fiscal year 2021 in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2. Receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2021 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2022. No further appropriation shall be made in excess of the balance of the fund, nor shall total expenditures for the fiscal year exceed the annual spending limit of $120,000.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Mayo. Second, Mayo.
Second from Councilor Mayo, thank you. Report from committee, please.
This received a unanimous positive recommendation from committee. This is in fact fairly necessary following the cuts that were made in the previous order. Essentially, this, from the way I understand it, shifts some of the responsibility over to overtime. There are more revenues coming in to the ambulance fund due to COVID, I believe. So this would be necessary in order to make things work.
Thank you. Is Director Gilman still on? I was just curious what the fund balance is currently.
It is 319,423. Keep in mind that the purpose of this fund has been to sustain equipment for the ambulance, and an ambulance is fairly expensive, so that's why the balance gets that high, and to accommodate some of the overtime, ambulance overtime.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any comments or questions on this motion? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Councilor Gilmour.
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Mayo.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts.
Yes.
President Stemple.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler, please, page 35.
Thanks. I move that it be ordered that the sum of $32,423 be transferred from 1627 bond premium for fiber and build-out equipment for the GSAT Enterprise Fund.
Second,
Mayo.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Second, Mayo.
Second from Mayo. Thank you, Councilor Mayo. Report from committee, please.
This was a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. I think we heard from John Lunt already that he does have use for this, and band premium, may only be used for capital or debt payments. This is an authorized use, and it's necessary for GSAT's continued expansion.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. We'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley. Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour,
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
President Semple,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler, please, 37.
I move that it be ordered that the sum of $42,900 be appropriated from the General Stabilization Fund for the appraisal of right-of-ways along Wisdom Way.
And Mayo.
Second from Councilor Mayo. Thank you. Report from committee, please.
Unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means. As we heard Director Warner speak to earlier, this is a big project, really important to my constituents in Precinct 7, and the appraisal of the right-of-ways along Wisdom Way is necessary for the project. There will be a pedestrian way to replace the sidewalk that's currently looks like it's about to fall into River Street, and this is required for that process.
Thank you. Councilor Gwynn has a comment.
Thank you. This is more a comment about the General Stabilization Fund for Vice President Wheeler. Does it seem that we're going to the Stabilization Fund more frequently than we have in the past? At one time, it was kind of, we only went to the Stabilization Fund. It wasn't ever used like a bank book. It was kind of that thing that we left. To me, and this could be just, not factual. It just seems like we seem to be going to the stabilization fund to move funding forward more frequently. Is that true, or anyone that can answer that?
Yeah, I can speak to that, and it's a good question, and you're correct. Anecdotally, that is what's happening, and the reason, as far as I understand it, is that it's happening because our capital stabilization is drawn down to zero or nearly zero, which happened partly because of the snafu a year and a half ago, where our free cash was not certified. So the good news that I would say is that there's a reason for it, and it won't keep happening. Our free cash, 2 years worth of free cash, was just recently, within the past week, certified by the state of, off the top of my head, $2.8 million. And my assumption would be that that would be used to re-up the capital stabilization to a number that the council and the finance director feel is reasonable, and so that we can go back to the practice that I think we like to have of only tapping general stabilization when absolutely necessary, and tapping capital stabilization for these sorts of things.
Can I follow up?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilor Wheeler, for that, because we always referred to that as, we didn't want to use that. And that was, we only went to that for as long as I can remember, when it was absolutely necessary. So I find it kind of interesting that, we're talking about how we're doing well financially, but we're also taking money out of the rainy day fund, which we used to not touch. So to me, it just kind of is one of those factors that kind of goes against what we're saying. But what you just told us, referring to the capital being replenished, goes along to say that we're on the right track. I just don't want to hear that we're doing well financially and things financially are going well, but we're taking it from the savings account where it shouldn't be touched. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I do believe Director Gilman would like to chime in.
Yeah, just briefly, we also have a policy, Counselor Gwynn, that anything we do vote out of stabilization, we put right back in. And I knew that would happen. and as well as the capital stabilization. And this also is a grant, and it's not unusual for us to take, it has happened in the past, to take advantage of a grant to do this. In fact, the initial Wisdom Way came from general stabilization. And when it's a good deal like this for the city, where we get $3.7 million for a couple $100,000.
Just to be clear, it wasn't the where the money was going that was my concern.
I understand.
It was just that the money was coming from there, and it really had nothing to do with the Wisdom Way project, which I support. I just wanted to make sure that we clarified why it was coming from there. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this motion? That was a good question, Councillor Gwynn. Thank you. We'll move to a roll call vote.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Gilmour.
Yes.
Vice President Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Mayo.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
She is muted, just in case she needed to know that.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
Thank you. President Stemple.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Two things. So we're going to have Councillor Dolan read on 45, and I'm going to ask Vice President Wheeler to step in so I can step out for a moment.
No problem.
I guess that's my cue. I move that it be ordered that the City Council of Greenfield amend zoning ordinance chapter 200, section 7.18, accessory dwelling units, subsection D, accessory dwelling unit standards, by inserting new subsection 14 as follows. 200-7.18, accessory dwelling unit standards. No accessory dwelling unit shall be held in separate ownership from the principal structure or dwelling unit. If ownership is later divided under Massachusetts condominium law, all units of the condominium must be owner occupied. And further amends the table of contents and the index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield.
Is there a second?
Second, Ricketts.
Seconded by Councillor Ricketts. Was there a report from committee?
Yes, this received a positive recommendation on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. Is there discussion? Please write in the chat if there is. Councillor Dolan.
Yes, so I was actually the lone no vote on this in EDC. I just wanted to give a little bit of context for that. I think that this is something that is better taken up as part of the larger zoning, the work of the zoning committee that we discussed during comments with the mayor. Because the reason that this is on the table is because we failed to pass those changes to the minimum lot sizes. The only reason that this would ever occur, that this kind of condominium loophole would ever be invoked, is someone trying to subdivide a property which is not legal to subdivide under our current zoning. So we had discussions about lowering those and making those the standards for subdividing more reasonable, and I would just rather do that all as part of the same process than do it piecemeal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elmer.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we're trying to close a loophole that was it needed to be closed immediately because we had entrepreneurs coming to town trying to do this, to build an ADU and then turn it into a condo and then get around the zoning that way. And there was general agreement that that was not the intent of the ADU law. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will now hand the reins back to President Stemple.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to vote, please.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councillor Dolan?
No.
Councillor Gilmour?
Abstain.
Councillor Vice President Wheeler?
Yes.
Councillor Mayo?
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts? President Stemple?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Councillor Dolan, please, on page 49.
Sorry, I got started before unmuting. I move that it be ordered that the City Council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, Chapter 200, Section 200-718, accessory dwelling unit with the following. Chapter 200, the zoning ordinance of the City of Greenfield is hereby further amended in subsection B of Section 207.18 by adding the following language at the end of the definition of accessory dwelling unit: detached. A detached accessory dwelling unit shall be allowed on a lot that contains a minimum of 0.75 of an acre in total area or larger. And further amended in section 200-7.18 by striking subsection C1 and C2 in its entirety and replacing it with the following language. C1, an accessory dwelling unit within and an accessory dwelling unit attached shall require a site plan review by the planning board prior to construction. C2, an accessory dwelling unit detached shall require a special permit review by the planning board prior to construction. And further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield.
Second, Ricketts.
Motion's been made second. Report from committee, please.
This received a negative recommendation on a vote of 2-3.
Any rationale for the negative recommendation?
I believe the rationale for the negative recommendation was the rationale for the positive recommendation when we took this up before.
Just making sure.
I don't have anything specific to share. It was a very short discussion.
Councillor Forgy, please. You're muted, Councillor Forgy. No worries.
I'd like to ask about the last part of this motion that deals with detached ADUs. And it says that it should be sent to the planning board for special permitting. My question is, why is it not being sent to the zoning board of appeals, which do hand out special permits? That's their function.
And that question would be, I don't know if Charles is still here, but Councillor Dolan or the mayor. The mayor can also answer that question.
I'll defer to Councillor Dolan. He may have a more updated version, but I can certainly assist.
This motion was submitted by a resident. I have no sense of the rationale.
Oh, okay. I'm going back in time. So there are certainly some planning board decisions that on special permits that can be, there are certain decisions on special permits that can be made by the planning board. My recollection of the ADU is that the Zoning Board of Appeals did not, this goes back when we created that bylaw, did not want to take on the responsibility of special permits for ADUs. We did have a discussion with them about that. We were perfectly willing to have them take it on as part of their special permit process, but they declined to do that. So the next governing body that would, and it is certainly authorized by law, would be the planning board. And that's apparently through the different iterations of the ADU bylaw is where it lies still.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmour, please. Councillor Gilmour?
I'm sorry. I feel like I had to step away for a moment, and now my audio keeps cutting out, and I'm trying to figure out what was the EDC recommendation on this and what was the rationale. I'm getting like every other syllable.
So I can share that again if I may. It was a negative recommendation on a vote of 3-2, and I think I'll leave it to individual councilors to explain their own rationale. I don't think we necessarily came to a consensus as a committee.
Any other questions or comments on this?
Ashley?
Yes, Councilor Hirschfeld. I remember that the main problem was the lot size. We felt that the lot size was too big. And I think we would definitely split maybe 50-50 on the special permit. I think that's the way it went down, as I remember.
Thank you. Anybody else? The most helpful way, I have a bunch of people raising their hands and I cannot see everybody who's raising their hand. So the most helpful way is to just write into the chat box for me so I can make sure I'm not missing anybody and to be fair. And I do see Councillor Desorger raising her hand, but if there's anybody else, please, and make sure it's to everyone so I can see it. The last one I see is from Councillor Gilmour.
Point of order, President Stemple, I think that your chat box is not functioning because there have been just numerous comments, people requesting to
Oh,
speak.
you know, you're right, it's frozen, so I apologize. Councillor, the next one I see is Councillor Elmer. Thank you for that heads up.
I may be able to clarify a little bit. What we wanted to do is to split this into two different motions. There was not any support, I don't think, for the lot size part of the citizens petition, but there was some support for the detached ADU by special permit. And if you scroll down a little further in the minutes in the agenda to 55, we do get the results from the planning boards. They looked at this and they forwarded a negative recommendation on the lot size, but a positive recommendation on the special permit for detached ADU. And if I could this this came up early in, it was one of the first meetings that I was at, and I remember feeling like I blew it, that I wasted my time talking about process. I was pissed because what had passed through the Economic Development Committee is not what was presented to the full council. And then there was a lot of support for eliminating the special permit, and that's what got voted with the 9 votes needed to make a zoning change. And I told the EDC later that I went through the 5 stages of grief over this, and told them that I had come to accept the will of the council. I heard what you guys voted, and that I assumed it was the will of the town. I'm not so sure that's true anymore. I've attended all the hearings where people spoke on this. I've on the full Wheeler-Dolan proposal, which was much larger than just the special permit bit, and then I've read the letters in the recorder and listened to the people speak at the hearings. I didn't hear anybody from the town. I heard some people on the council voting in favor of getting rid of the special permit, but I didn't hear it from any of the citizens. And I'm not surprised. What we're hearing is from the neighbors, and the neighbors were disenfranchised by this vote. And I think we made a mistake. I think this particular change was a bridge too far, and that's the sense I'm getting from the people speaking up and from the letters. And I know that some of the councilors who voted to get rid of the special permit have since changed their mind, and maybe that's maybe why they want to comment. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. And again, I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry about the chat box. Councilor, Vice President Wheeler, please.
Thank you, President Stemple. I regret that this issue is so contentious. I think that it's of symbolic importance more than practical importance. We heard from a lot of constituents in support of restoring the special permit. I am not convinced that they're from more than one neighborhood. I am not tied to this because, as Councilor Elmer stated, this was part of a much larger, although still modest, attempt at zoning reform, and I think it's better addressed through the efforts that Councilor Dolan and Mayor Wiedegartner spoke about earlier during communications. But I want to share my feelings so that people know why I voted for this in the first place, and I want to address a couple misconceptions. There seems to be an idea floating around that allowing detached ADUs by right means your neighbor can just go ahead and build one without acquiring permission. That's not the case. Anyone seeking to build an ADU has to meet dimensional requirements, front, side, rear setbacks. They have to acquire a building permit, and the project requires site plan review from the planning board, which specifically calls for, among other things, protecting visual amenities and scenic views, the use of landscaping to establish buffers between incompatible land uses and to screen unsightly features, and protection of historic features and design, which does not detract from properties in the area. From the studies that I've seen, no city or town in the state averages more than 3 new ADU constructions per year. Not in Eastern Mass, not on Cape Cod, nowhere. And this includes places like Somerville, which permit detached ADUs by right. This indicates to me that allowing them by right won't meaningfully increase density. It won't change neighborhood character or strain infrastructure. It could, in fact, create modest amounts of new growth to mitigate tax increases and alleviate pressure on the housing market in a way that is practically invisible. The idea that abutters just want to have a say in what their neighbors do, it strikes me as disingenuous. Abutters, as a rule, nationwide, generally have functioned to obstruct change, and when given the opportunity to put their preferences ahead of the common good, abutters often have. This isn't their fault. I think it's the system's fault. Euclidean zoning is convoluted. When a statute is written so that only a specialist can read it, it makes local democracy difficult. It makes it really hard to participate in. When every last home, shed, or chicken coop is subject to Byzantine rules and regulations, Abutters, who are by definition a special interest, become the only ones with incentive enough to participate, and democracy by special interest is not representative. I'll just finish by saying that the market value of your house is predicated on a system that makes housing a scarce quantity that only people with wealth can access. The best way to mitigate the rising cost of housing, short of non-existent federal or state subsidies, is to produce more of it. That's the law of supply and demand. And reducing procedural barriers to building ADUs is one way of many that I have supported. My responsibility as city councilor is as much to the humans sleeping at Energy Park by the dozen, to the humans who slept on the common by the dozen, as it is to any one neighborhood's request to put what strikes me as its preferences ahead of what I take to be the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan, please.
Yes, thank you. I just want to walk back a little bit. We've heard a lot about neighbors being able to give input. And I just want to point out that as this amendment is written, that's a little disingenuous. Specifically, the 3/4 of an acre provision would basically have the effect of forbidding the construction of any detached ADUs almost anywhere in the city. There are very few of those lots. The fact is that there's always been a contingent in this town, and particularly in a certain neighborhood, that just doesn't want to see ADU development. And nationally, whenever a pro-housing move is made, such as this one, it's generally met with resistance. So this council took the stand by that decision.
Councillor Dolan, you might want to go off video. You're freezing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm almost done.
No, that's okay. It works better now. Thanks.
I'd also like to point out that a special permit can be a lot more than just a neighborly conversation. We had a case recently in Greenfield where the special permit appeals process was held up in court for a decade. And however we may feel about that particular case, what this special permit does essentially is allow any neighbor with a grievance to threaten legal action, which is basically, for most of the people that I know in Greenfield, would stop the project in its tracks, just the threat of that, let alone the actual follow through. So I don't think that we can afford to do that, both in terms of our pressing need for more housing, our pressing need for more housing, to be clear, not just affordable housing, but housing at all levels, as in the housing study, and our pressing need for tax revenue. Again, piggybacking on Councilor Wheeler's point, this is about putting the public good ahead of the special interests of particular abutters in particular neighborhoods.
Thank you. And I want to caution particularly members, everyone, whether you're a member of the council or you're a member of the public, please do not use the chat box to make comments. That is in violation of our open meeting law. Thank you. Councilor DeZorger, please.
Thank you. So I listened to everything everyone said, and I also listened in at the planning board meeting, and I hear what Vice President Wheeler said about democracy by special interests, and I guess I don't like to think that we would do that, but I feel like people elected me, and I have been reading, and it seemed to me that there was overwhelming, people were very upset about us taking the special permit away. And I listened thoughtfully to the planning board meeting, and I have changed my mind. I just, I think when 40-something people are saying one thing. I got one thing from someone else. You know how I was the one. I wanted ADUs to be by right. And it was, sometimes you think of the way that we started, and that colored my thinking. And I am going to defer to the wisdom of the planning board, and I agree with their decision. I don't think it should be any limitation on the area, and now I'd like the people who ever wrote to me to look me in the eye and say that they really are just going to weigh in when it was their neighbor. If it was their neighbor that needed to do that, that's when they were going to come to a meeting. And if that's the case, I'll vote in favor of the change that the planning board suggested. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Hirschfeld, did you say what you needed to say, or would you like to speak again?
I'd like to speak again. I've heard from at least one of my constituents in Precinct 9 that is in favor of a special permit. And I feel that not having the special permit is really anti-democratic. It's important that neighbors have a chance to talk and find out what's going on in their neighborhood, and to be able to be part of the process. And to cut them out, I think is bad. It's not democratic to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hirschfeld. Councillor Disorder, I see that you're here again, but that was probably with me in my chat boxing. But if you have anything else you'd like to say, please feel free. No. Councillor Elmer, again, probably the chat boxing, but if you have anything else to share, please feel free.
Yes, if I could, I'd like to respond to my fellow councilors, Wheeler and Dolan. I feel like whenever this comes up, we get a little filibustered. They have prepared speeches. They sound good. I think they miss the point. Special permit is red tape. And for a developer or an entrepreneur wanting to build something in Greenfield, it's the kind of red tape they really hate. But entrepreneurs and developers are not elected by the people of Greenfield. Their interest is profit and their own personal interest, and I understand that. But we're not representing developers. We're representing the town of Greenfield. If I thought this would solve the housing problem, I would feel differently. If I thought this would create affordable housing, I would feel differently. If I thought this would solve the problem of people living in tents in Greenfield in the woods, I would feel differently. But it doesn't. This creates expensive market rate housing, and at the risk of alienating, pitting neighbors against each other, and at the risk of destroying some of the nicest neighborhoods in Greenfield. And this is not just a Precinct 5 question. And I'm a little offended that it's being portrayed that way. Thank you.
Councillor Vice President Wheeler.
Thank you. I would just point out in terms of development that the council just closed a loophole, which makes it impossible for a developer to come in and develop an ADU. So we're talking about something that needs to be built by a homeowner that's difficult to finance. You need a home equity loan generally, or cash. But I hear what my fellow councilors are saying, and I'd like to motion to amend, if I can figure out exactly how to do this, to remove the 3/4 acre lot piece. And I'm might require a moment because I need to find the original language, unless the original language is in the proposal somewhere. But
I haven't been able to find it.
yeah. Well, would you, Madam Chair, mind returning to me in a couple minutes?
Yeah, I was about to say there's been some counselors who have been waiting diligently to speak. And so while you put that together, I'm going to call on them.
Thank you.
Counselor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Ashley. I have to kind of agree with Jenny. I've heard not only from Precinct 5, but I've heard from a lot of people in Precinct 1 that are upset about the special permit. I have a couple problems with it myself, other than I don't believe that it's a level playing field, being able to take somebody to court. But I'll get past that. I would probably be for changing my mind if we can get rid of that 0.75 acres. I mean, I sit on almost 0.8 out here, but I have one of the bigger lots out here. So I mean, I think the 0.75 is really restrictive. That's written up. But I have heard from a lot of people in Greenfield. I haven't heard from anybody that was for the by right. And I've heard from a ton of people that are for the special permit. So for that reason, I'm most likely going to be changing my vote tonight if we can find a way to get rid of that 0.75 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gwynn. Oh, Town Council. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I get confused.
It registered me oddly tonight. I will anxiously await Counselor Wheeler's amendment. And I'm not going to speak to this. I might come back. I just hope that by opening this to open to neighbors, that we're not creating a roadblock for others. So it's very sensitive how we move forward with this, but I want to hear that amendment. So I'll come back. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm seeing some counselor, and I've already asked for both counselors and the public to please stop using the chat box for commenting. And I mean it. Please stop. So Counselor Elmer, you're there again. I just want to see if there's anyone. Counselor Ricketts hasn't spoken, so I'm going to go to Counselor Ricketts first, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So first I wanted to say I was part of EDC when the whole ADU started, and I've been in favor of it ever since. If I remember correctly, I did not vote to take away the special permit, so I am in favor of that. I don't see the big hassle with it. I was going to ask if we can divide this, so I'm glad that Councilor Wheeler is working on it. But I do plan on voting that it be by special permit. I am saddened that the zoning board has nothing to do with it, as Councilor Forgy brought up, and there's no way to force it, but I wish there was a way, and I kept looking because I was hoping it was going to happen, that zoning and planning would have a joint meeting and discuss this particular issue. Even if they didn't want it to come to them, it would have been a really good conversation and very educational if they had just even met. So it's kind of sad that it's now on the shoulders of council when we have these boards and these are the jobs they're actually supposed to do. So I'm going to just go with the common sense piece about getting a permit, and I hope that it goes smoothly. I feel like this conversation's going to take longer than the amount of people that will ever want to really do an ADU. If I'm correct, there's only been 3. And so I hope if there's really big pushback in any particular neighborhood and they're trying to do it, I hope people will lean on me. I will fight for them if it makes sense. This is important, but I do agree with Councilor Elmer that it's not going to solve like lots of the homeless issue and things like that. But I do believe the ADU is very important here. I think it's important for wanting to keep, parents close. And so hopefully Councilor Wheeler can get this worked out, get the wording worked out. But I am for the special permit. And let's take this out of our hands. Let it be with the planning board. Over time, let's pray that we can do something to get the zoning board involved as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm going to go to counselors who haven't spoken yet. Robert's rules actually only permits counselors to speak up to twice on one issue. But I'm not going to do that tonight. However, what I will do instead is make sure that those counselors who haven't spoken yet have their turn before folks go again. And I'm sorry, Councilor Gilmour, I don't think you've spoken on this, but because I heard you speak on something else, that's why I moved beyond you. But I don't think you have, so please take the floor. You might be muted. Or actually, I don't see you. Councilor Gilmour. I actually don't see. I don't think I see her either. So, Councilor Mayo, please.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for spotting me, even though I'm under an assumed name. I was in favor of getting rid of the restrictions for many reasons, like my the Vice President Wheeler presented when he first talked about that. Is that it was maybe an opportunity for people of lower income to get into an ADU. And I voted for getting rid of the restriction with the idea that, it was bureaucracy and red tape and all that kind of stuff, and trying to eliminate that. When I got home, my inbox was a deluge with the next couple of days with customers or residents that I represent in Precinct 8, which I didn't expect. But there are certain areas in Precinct 8 that had their voice up, and they were very much against dropping the restriction, wanted to know why I voted the way I did. I gave them my rationale as to, I thought it was going to be helping people, and I still hope that it can, but I'm not sure if I'm going to change my vote tonight, but the residents, certainly in my area, spoke that they were not very happy about the dropping of the restriction. It might have been, they weren't very clear about the reasons why. I think it could have been the amount of land. So maybe if the amount of land was changed, they would be more in favor of it, because they talked. I think what drew my attention to it, they said the view had changed in their neighborhood if these ADUs popped up. So that to me suggested that they were looking at, how close a space the ADUs were coming, and what may come down as a result to build these ADUs. whether it be brush or trees or whatever the case was. I still believe that I'm not sure. We've heard tonight that ADUs are run usually at market value. I'm not too sure about that because some of them have been considered as mother-in-law apartments, and I don't know a lot of mother-in-laws at 65 or retirement age that have a lot of money. So, but it also gave an opportunity for maybe a small family with little income. So I'm not sure what my vote was, but I just wanted to let you know that I did hear from people in Precinct 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor 4G, please. And you just muted yourself. There you go.
Okay. I'd like to go back again to the way the language came from the planning board to committee and to council floor. I would like to advocate, and I wonder if I could propose a friendly amendment to the language, but advocate for the zoning board to receive the special permit. The reason I say this is because the zoning board receives special permits, period. That's their function, and complaints. And it's not inconsistent with the other pieces between planning and zoning. And I wonder also, I don't think there's anybody to answer the question right now, but did anybody reach out to the zoning, the ZBA, and ask if, in fact, they would be willing to take this on? But it seems to me to be the appropriate place that zoning, the ZBA gets to review the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that's I think that's more of a substantive change than a friendly amendment, simply because you're changing entirely which board hears the special permit. And so we can certainly take that up. We have so many other people who want to speak. And I know that Councillor Wheeler also has an amendment. So let me work my way backwards to at least 10 p.m. and we'll go with Councillor Elmer. And if you've spoken before, please try your best to keep it brief, especially those of you who have spoken more than twice. So Councillor Elmer, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I've spoken. You can move on.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Hirschfeld, you've spoken twice, so please, the floor is yours, but try to keep it short.
Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
I said I'm done.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Councillor Jarvis, you've only spoken once. The floor is yours. Okay.
No, I think I'm all set. I think you just saw me up there twice. I thought you missed me the first time, so I'm good.
Well, I probably did.
I'm good.
Councillor Dolan, you've spoken quite a few times. If you'd like to speak again, please keep it brief.
I think I've only spoken once on this, actually.
You might be muted. Oh, there you go.
I read the motion. That may be part of it. I want to broaden or try to broaden our conversation about housing a little bit. Whenever it comes up, there is understandably an emphasis on low-income housing, and that is certainly the most pressing concern in Greenfield. But I get my information from the housing study that FERCOG did a few years ago, and their findings were that there's actually a lack of housing at all levels. And what happens is folks who could afford a more expensive place end up living in housing that could go to someone of a lower income. So we need to really see the housing market as being fully articulated, and every component is really related to every other component. So creating more market rate housing is actually really important from that perspective, particularly if it doesn't require a state or federal subsidy, which most capital A affordable housing does. So that's part of the reasoning behind ADUs in general. I would also point out that one of Greenfield's most pressing needs is accessible housing, which is really, it's bordering on a desperate situation. And the kind of new construction that ADUs offer are much more likely to be accessible, particularly detached ADU is much more likely to be accessible than a lot of the housing stock that we have right now.
Thank you. I just want to pause and think, oh, Ginny, Councilor DeZoger.
I'm good. I was just trying to tell Councilor Wheeler where he might find that, but I think he's probably all set. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we have two folks who want to make amendments, and I'm going to acknowledge the clerk before we do so, and then we can continue on.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that substantive changes would require another set of public hearing, so that if any of the amendments were considered to be substantive changes, that would need to be additional public hearings would need to be held.
Question for the clerk?
Yes.
Clerk Scott, would walking back an amendment to return to original language be considered a significant change?
Mm. Wow. Mm.
So, I am not an attorney, but if you are considering striking some of the language that is proposed to be changed and accepting other language that has been proposed to be changed, so
let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
Would the absence of change be considered a significant change?
Vice President Wheeler, you are not making my job easy.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. My guess would be, to be safe, that if you were considering striking some of the proposed language, that you may want to pump the brakes and revisit this at another council meeting. The timeline would allow for that. This does not need to be voted tonight. The timeline for initiation would allow this to be considered again during the December council meeting. So, although I did not answer your question, I think it might be wise to consider pumping the brakes if you are planning on making amendments.
Thank you, Clerk. That was going to be my next suggestion, simply because we have two counselors looking to make substantive or non-substantive changes. We're not in practice of doing that work here on the full council floor. That's why we have subcommittees. And so I'm curious if this should be moved back into EDC, where the amendments can be panned out and then brought back to full council in December.
If I may comment to that also, if additional public hearings are required, that is a very short timeline. I don't know if the posting requirements per Chapter 40A would be able to be met so that the council could consider it in December. I don't want to utter the words special meeting, but if that comes into play, that would always be something to be able to be considered by the council.
Thank you. Counselor Gwynn, I think that's you.
Yes. I just have a question for Clerk Scott. When we're talking about like splitting these into two separate ones without changes, is that something that could be done at this point without changing? Now, I see if we, try to change the governing body, that changes the score. So do we have a little guidance on what we can do on the floor tonight without sending it back to committee versus sending it back to committee? Is there a line we're walking, Clerk Scott?
So this was proposed by citizens petition. This isn't something that was proposed in-house by council or planning board, that sort of thing. I don't feel comfortable giving any sort of legal advice on whether you can split it or whether you could consider it into two separate motions because it was proposed by petition altogether. I would not feel comfortable giving any sort of legal advice because I do not have any guidance on that.
I don't know who city council, is that you, Counselor Dolan?
Yes, sorry, that's me.
And Counselor Mayo, I'll get right back to you.
Just a quick comment, having been through this with the larger package not so long ago and talking to Eric Twarag about it, the principle seems to be, and I am also not a lawyer, so take this with a grain of salt, but the principle seems to be you can take something out, but you can't put something in. So I think it would be acceptable to cut language without holding another public hearing. I don't think it would be acceptable to add new language about the Zoning Board of Appeals. That's my understanding. And just as the EDC chair, I think if we are going to send this back to committee, I would need specifics from the planning department about whether we're going to be holding a public hearing, a second public hearing.
Thank you. Counselor Mayo. Again, please, Mr. Norman, please stop using the chat box to comment. It is in violation of open meeting law to use the chat box to comment. It's no different than if you were cutting into the council meeting in person.
Madam President,
I'm not acknowledging you at this time.
You have the power to do that as the chair. You can acknowledge someone with a point of information.
I am not, however, I am not acknowledging you at this moment. I'm acknowledging Counselor Mayo, please.
Thank you. I was able to put a little things in my hair anyway, I wanted to, while we were, from the last time that I spoke through some of the other comments, a person in my precinct gave an example of exactly what we've been talking about what the ADUs are blocking or whatever. And I'll read you her comment. He said, the ADU that went up on the corner of Pleasant Street and Chapman Street is bigger than the house on the lot. And all I see is a large building where there was once woods. So, that's an example of some of the comments that I've been hearing is it's taking away views that were once there that were beautification or gave the Greenfield gave the green in Greenfield, so to speak, and that's one of the examples that was given to me while we were discussing it just now. So I thought I'd share that with you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we haven't really made any progress here. I am going to, my recommendation is that we do move this back to EDC, simply because we're moving into a place where we're wordsmithing the motion. Although I frown upon the comments in the chat box, Mr. Norman has confirmed that we are allowed to amend a petition. So it's my recommendation to move this back to subcommittee and then go with it as needed from there, simply because we haven't made any progress and we are moving into an area where, as a group of 13, we're working to amend this. If anybody has any objections, please let me know.
May I, Councilor or President Semple?
Chair Dolan, you may.
I'm a little concerned about sending it back to EDC. I don't think that we as a committee are capable of making the amendments that the full council wants. So I'm concerned that we are going to be back in the same position if we don't bring language that's to everyone's liking.
I would recommend that those on the floor tonight who are making the recommended amendments would then submit them to your committee, where you would then hear them and work on them. Although they may not sit on your actual committee.
We'll do our best.
Any other objections?
Yeah, I guess I have to say I do object because the planning board did make a recommendation on the piece that I would be motioning to amend. So therefore, it doesn't make sense to send it back to planning board. They already recommended this. EDC, I guess, from my standpoint as a counselor, this not being my motion and it merely being an amendment, I'm not inclined to attend a subcommittee meeting just for an amendment. And I understand that probably sounds frivolous, but it's 10:30 at night and that's my feeling right now. So I would like the opportunity to make the amendment and for the council to just clearly vote it down if they so choose. But I'm not attached to it.
Okay, so if the will is to move forward, then let's do so, please. Councilor Vice President Wheeler, if you'd like to make your amendment, go ahead.
Thank you. I move to amend the motion on the floor by striking in the language from sentence 2 in the part that begins chapter 200, the zoning ordinance of the city of Greenfield is hereby further amended in subsection B of section 207-18. My motion strikes the words by adding all the way through it strikes by adding the following language at the end of the definition of accessory dwelling unit detached. A detached accessory dwelling unit shall be allowed on a lot that contains a minimum of 0.75 of an acre in total area or larger, and further amended in section 200-7.18. That's the end of the strike through. So the motion as amended would read that the City Council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance accessory dwelling unit with the following. Chapter 200, the zoning ordinance of the City of Greenfield is hereby further amended in subsection B of section 200-7.18 by striking subsection C1 and C2 in its entirety and replacing it with the following language, which would remain.
Motion's been made. Do I hear a second?
Dolan.
Motion's been made. Second. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, I believe we will move to a roll call vote on the amendment. A yes vote says, yes, I want to amend this language to what Vice President Wheeler has read. A no vote means you do not want to amend the language. You want the language that exists already on the page 49. And without further ado, Clerk Scott will do a roll call.
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn? Counselor Gwynn?
No.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour?
Abstain?
Vice President Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Abstain.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Abstain.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Muted, Counselor Forgy.
Abstain.
Counselor Ricketts?
Yes.
President Stemple?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The motion passes with 8 yes.
All right, so now we're on a motion as amended by the language from Vice President Wheeler. I want to return to Counselor Forgy. And like I said, that's a substantive change. Changing.
Can I make a point of order, please?
I suppose, yes.
I'm sorry, I keep losing connectivity. I can't hear what other folks are saying, and I feel like people aren't necessarily hearing me. I don't feel like I understand what I'm voting on right now. And I would really like for this to go back to the subcommittee if that would help, because I don't feel like my connection is going to get better in the next several minutes.
I definitely don't want to count you out because you're having connectivity issues, but I also don't think it's appropriate to send it back to subcommittee because you're having connectivity issues. So are you able to call in on your cell phone instead? Counselor Gilmour?
I'm sorry, you're asking me to call in?
Yes, you can call into the meeting via your cell phone.
I can try. So if I do that, if I need to ask a question, can I just politely
Yes,
interrupt?
Yep. Yes, I will allow that.
Okay, let me see what I can do.
And I'll hold while you call in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Talk slow. Oh.
And just so once Counselor Gilmour returns, Counselor Forgy, I'll have you go ahead and share your amendment to the amendment. I'm just going to check to make sure she's good.
Point of order.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
You're breaking up a little bit. And it looks like you are also having connectivity issues.
Hear me?
Counselor Gilmour?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear
All
us?
right. I did not hear whether Councilor Wheeler the special permit in the his amendment. Was that included, or was it this? Did he take it out?
He did not touch C1, the language in C1 or C2. So those remain. If you're reading along on page
Yes.
49 of our
you.
packet.
Thank
Yep,
you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so everybody's here, and I hope everyone can hear. So now motion has been amended by striking the piece of the motion that reads the minimum lot size. So that leaves the accessory dwelling within and the accessory dwelling detached, one with a site plan and one with a special permit. So that's where we are. I'm going to kick it over to Councillor Forgy, who had an additional amendment, and we can discuss, or you can make the amendment on the floor if you'd like.
Okay, so Madam President, since it's a substantial change and that kind of language would have to go back to planning board, I think the issue needs to be settled this evening. So in the interests of getting everything moving, I'll withdraw that. After looking at Chapter 40A, there are multiple boards that could be put in that particular language, just not planning. But if that's the way the language stands, we need to have a resolution this evening. So I'll withdraw that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Forgy, and also thank you for being thoughtful about both your withdrawal as well as your wish to amend, and being very, very detail oriented. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. So we have the motion amended. Is there any other discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, we will vote on the motion as amended by Vice President Wheeler. Vice President Wheeler, would you please, for councilors, read the motion as amended again?
Yes, of course. The motion as amended reads that the City Council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, Chapter 200, Section 200-7.18, accessory dwelling unit with the following. Chapter 200, the zoning ordinance of the City of Greenfield, is hereby further amended in subsection B of Section 200-7.18 by striking subsection C1 and C2 in its entirety and replacing it with the following language. C1, an accessory dwelling unit within and an accessory dwelling unit attached, shall require a site plan review by the planning board prior to construction. C2, an accessory dwelling unit detached, shall require a special permit review by the planning board prior to construction, and further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering of the format of the code of the City of Greenfield.
Thank you very much. And before we vote, I did want to speak briefly on this issue. ADUs has been, for whatever reason, it's been so contentious in this city, as it is in many other cities, as I did my own research on this. And many folks have called me, and in many of their comments, they have stated that there are councilors claiming that ADUs are the silver bullet for affordable housing. And I don't agree that anyone's saying that, because if they were the silver bullet to make housing more affordable and to solve a housing crisis that isn't plagued only in Greenfield but by the country in general, then everybody would be doing it, right? Mr. Norman, can you please mute yourself? Thank you. But what we have to consider is that the housing crisis won't be solved by one initiative, but more so by an ecosystem of initiatives working together. So the argument that ADUs are not affordable or what have you, they free up housing stock. To Councillor Dolan's point, it's really important to think about housing from all levels of housing. And Greenfield, what is an issue of Greenfield is we have limited space to build new properties, which adds to our housing stock. So we have to use the plots that are already built on in order to add more housing to our stock, which in turn drives our taxes down, which drives our supply up. And there's just so many different pieces. And so we do need to elevate this conversation of housing. And so I just wanted to address that. And then I also want to say ADUs don't have to be all or nothing. And so there I agree with Mr. Norman. And I do think that Greenfield is headed in the right direction to be more liberal with our ADUs. I appreciate that we allow ADUs. There's still a lot of communities who still don't, and that we allow them to be rented. They don't have to be familial inhabitants, and then also allowing both attached and detached. So I think for right now, in the spirit of not all or nothing, I think this is a good compromise as we move forward towards solving this thing that is housing in Greenfield. So I'd like to move to a roll call vote, please, Clerk Scott.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
No.
Councillor Gilmour.
Yes.
Councillor Gilmour.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah,
Yes.
she said yes.
Thank you. Did you say yes, Councillor Gilmour?
Yeah, she did.
Thank you. Vice President Wheeler.
Abstain.
Councillor Mayo. Councillor Mayo.
Councillor Mayo, you are muted.
Abstain.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts.
Yes.
President Stemple.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank God.
Right. We are moving on. Councillor Dolan, please, page 56.
Sorry, just 1 second. I move that it be ordered that the City Council of Greenfield amend zoning ordinance chapter 200 section 6.1 non-conforming uses, subsection B, restoration or reconstruction, sections 1 and 2 as indicated on the strike draft below. And I will just let the strike draft speak for itself. And further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further the non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield. And report from committee.
It has to be, nope, I haven't heard a second.
Second disorder.
Sorry.
Thank you. And I just want to confirm, Clerk Scott, that it's okay that he did not read 200-61?
I believe so because the motion says as indicated in the strike draft below.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Report from committee, please.
This was a unanimous positive. this is really just housekeeping from the planning board, and we were all very pleased to get it.
Great, thank you. Any discussion or questions or comments from counselors? I am not seeing any. We will move to a vote, please.
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts?
Yes.
President Stemple?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Fantastic. We're going to move over to page 60, please, Counselor Gwynn. And you might be muted, or is he still here?
I'm sorry, I'm
There you
here.
are.
I'll just read it again. I might have got it right the first time.
Oh, you
Okay.
are here.
I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council, pursuant to Charter Section 2-10, affirms the following appointment by the mayor to the planning board, Emily Esch, for 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2023.
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you very much. Report from committee, please.
This was a positive, unanimous recommendation from members present of the committee. The candidate spoke to us at the meeting and presented just a positive feeling that she'd be great for this position. And she also has some expertise in law in the field of housing court, and she offered to assist my committee with questions as they pertain to other things that we're discussing. So it was very positive.
Thank you very much. Maybe she'll also run for council someday. Who knows?
Maybe so.
Future counselor on our hands. Awesome. All right. Any comments or questions, council? Seeing none, we will move to vote.
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour?
I think she's still here.
Counselor Gilmour?
I don't see her on.
I can come back to her if that would be acceptable.
Yeah, I don't see her here anymore, but sure. Try again.
Vice President Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Counselor Mayo, you are muted.
Yes, but I already spoke. It just didn't take.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts?
Yes.
President Stemple?
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour?
I think she might have dropped off. I don't see her on anymore.
Okay. I will mark her as not present for the vote. The motion passes.
Thank you. Counselor Gwynn, page 64, please.
I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council, pursuant to Charter Section 2-10, affirms the following reappointments by the mayor for a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2023. Kathleen Strub-Richards, Local Cultural Council, Benton Cook Historical Commission.
Second.
Second, Ricketts.
I heard second from Ricketts. Report from committee, please.
It was a positive, unanimous recommendation for those in attendance.
Great, thank you. Discussion from anybody? Seeing none, we will vote.
Counselor Jarvis.
Sorry, I was falling asleep at the wheel. Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Counselor Gilmour.
I'm still not seeing her call in. She must have dropped off.
Thank you. Vice
Yep.
President Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
President Stemple.
Yes.
The motion passes.
You always hear lightness in everyone's voices when we're towards the end, so I appreciate that. Laughter, it's great. So we'll move on to presentation of petitions and smaller papers, which there are none. Report of committees. I'm happy to have them if we can keep them succinct. Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Gwynn.
Yeah, I just want to update that we are starting to get the changes to our codes for review coming in, and those are being looked at. Councilor Bottomley is looking at DPW. Councilor Forgy is looking over the changes. So that is moving forward, and we are working with the town, and we've, since our meeting, have received some more. So we are moving in the right direction to get those taken care of.
I saw that, and I want to shout out Chief of Staff Laterno for helping us get that moving as well. She's been doing an excellent job. Any other committees want to jump in? Nope. That's fine by me. Unfinished business? None. Old business? None. We do have a first reading, and then Councilor Mayo would like to make a motion. So I'm going to kick it over to Vice President Wheeler for the first reading, and then Councilor Mayo, if you would still like to make your motion, you are welcome to take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. City Council first reading, November 18, 2020. Appropriate $6 million for the construction of a new fire station.
Okay, Councilor Mayo, the floor is yours if you would like to take it.
Yes, yes. There I go. Okay. You have to excuse me. This is not my computer. This is Ann Mayo's computer that I'm using. So again, I'll go back to making this just a standard motion. I make a motion based on the confirmation we've heard tonight and received from the mayor and finance director on the positive financial information regarding the fire station project, that construction of the temporary fire station at the Hope Street parking lot begin without further delay. The rationale is that, the some of this is tied in with the library and the grant that we've gotten, the $9.4 million. We've filed for at least 2 extensions, and they haven't heard a thing they haven't seen any progress on us, any forward motion from us, the town, on us, in terms of breaking ground anywhere. So even if we were to put a couple of shovels where the temporary, where we know we have
Councilor Mayo, I don't want to,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but you made a motion, and before you can continue, we need a second.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I just want to make sure that everything's valid.
Second, Wheeler.
Thank you very much. All right, continue on, Councillor Mayo.
So again, the Council of Libraries just wants proof that we're moving forward, that we're in a positive state, we're still yes on for the library, and putting doing some sort of effort to the temporary, because we already know we have the money arranged for the temporary fire station, is to do something on that lot, whether it's move a tree, put a shovel in the ground, I'm not sure how substantive it has to be, but we have to show the people at the who gave us the grant that the forward motion is being made. And right now, all we've done is asked for 2 extensions. And for those people who still want a library, I would motion that we say yes to this motion.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions, comments from councilors?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Councillor Wheeler, I know you just read something into a first reading. This usually goes through Ways and Means. I'm not really sure. We seem to be jumping ahead of things here. I just don't know if this is proper. Councillor Wheeler.
Well, I can speak to that. We already know that in the budget has already been approved $10 million for the fire station. We already have approved 1.7 or up to $1.9 million for the temporary fire station. So the money is there. We've approved it already. So there's no reason, no rationale as to why we couldn't at least break ground and show in good faith that we're moving forward to the people who gave us $9.4 million.
Councillor Vice President Wheeler, did you have something you'd like to add?
Oh, thanks. I seconded the motion for the purposes of discussion. I would hope that we could receive some clarity before voting on it, whether it's a non-binding resolution or an actual motion.
It's a motion.
Thanks, Councillor Mayo. I guess I would, because I think that would also change the way that people would feel about it. For myself, I have felt that moving forward on the temporary fire station has been necessary since, in fact, Ways and Means voted in the spring. However, it's ultimately up to the mayor, so I would support this as a non-binding resolution. I'm not so sure about it as a motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will take a vote. I hear somebody, but I don't.
I did write in the chat to speak. I don't mean to be rude.
No, Goop, you're not being rude. This stupid chat box. Go ahead.
So I don't feel comfortable with this, but Councillor Mayo, I totally appreciate the thought behind that, but I have been listening to all of the fire station meetings, and I thought that it's 11:10 at night. We all agreed, and the fire chief was like, we were going to have a place to go, and we weren't going to go with it temporary or whatever. So I feel like now at 10 past 11, we all weren't prepared about that. We weren't even going to discuss that at Ways and Means. It was just a first reading, and the discussion was like, time out. okay, I'm putting my video on. It was like, time out. We're not going to talk about that. And now it's 10 past 11. And my stomach is getting in a knot because we're voting about, this is an enormous thing for our community. I will be prepared to make a statement if you want me to.
I'm not.
Councillor Mayo, please let Councillor DeZorder finish.
I don't think that I'm alone in that. If we all agreed that it was a first reading, I watched what was happening at chairs. It was at the chairs meeting, it came up, and all of a sudden it was like, nope, time out. We're not going to take this up for discussion.
I'm not sure where the
Councillor Mayo, please do not cut off Councillor DeZorder. If you'd like to speak, I'll acknowledge you when she's through.
So if you want me to give all of my thoughts one way or another, but I think whether or not we should take this up at 10 after 11, when we didn't think that we were going to be voting on something tonight. That's all. I'm done. Someone else can speak.
Thank you. We have a comment from Councillor Dolan.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I would love it if the council had the power to do this. I'm 100% in line with the sentiment. But this is really the purview of the executive, and all we can do is make a recommendation, in my understanding. So with that, I would make a friendly amendment, or propose a friendly amendment, that we take this up as a non-binding resolution. I think that would be just as useful and easier for folks to get behind.
Well, how about this? How about if I change it to a resolution? And we vote on it as a resolution.
I'm going to call on Clerk Scott for her opinion.
So let me just clarify. Are you asking my opinion if it can be changed to a non-binding resolution?
Yes.
I believe that could be accepted as a friendly amendment.
Then I would do that.
Does he first need to withdraw the full motion and then read it in as a resolution, or is it fine as is?
I believe it could be accepted as a friendly amendment to change the intention from a motion to a non-binding resolution.
Okay. Councillor Mayo.
That's acceptable.
All right, so now we are discussing this as a resolution. Councillor Ricketts, please.
I make a motion to table.
Tabling is non-debatable, so we'll take a roll call.
May I ask who made the second to that, please?
Gwen.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councillor Dolan?
No.
Councillor Gilmour? I don't believe she's here. Vice President Wheeler?
No.
Councillor Mayo?
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Ricketts?
Yes.
President Stemple?
I don't need to vote. Thank you.
The motion to table passed.
Okay, and I do want to say thank you to Councillor Mayo for making that. I do understand the spirit, of what he's trying to do, and so it is appreciated. Thank you. All right, so motions for
Sorry, I had to put my name in the chat box, but apparently it didn't show up.
this damn chat box. Yes, Councillor Bottomley.
I know it's really late, but I did want to make a motion.
Okay.
If I could, I wanted to move to request that the mayor submit a financial order to the city council to transfer $6,500 from the city council's meetings and seminars accounts to the DPW salaries and wages for FY 2021 budget.
Second, disorder.
Second.
I heard second from Desor. Rationale.
The main reason is I really wanted to acknowledge, because we kind of, I didn't want to gloss over the fact that the DPW absorbed 40% of the total budget, city budget cut, losing 2 full-time and 2 part-time summer positions, which is actually a tremendous amount of hours. And it seems like so far none of that money's been spent in our meetings budget, and it just seems like it'd be better spent going to those salaries. They might actually be able to, with that money, get part-time summer help, which would take stress off the existing employees. It's a small help, but I think it's meaningful.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions from other councilors? City Council is Kathy. Yes.
I grabbed my charter to look, and I'm hustling to find it. If Director Gilman is still on the call, would that fall into an intra-departmental transfer? And I'm looking for the process, but I cannot find it.
We weren't sure at Ways and Means.
Yes, right.
It seemed like it needed. Sorry.
Yeah, it does need a financial order. It's just like any other transfer from one department to another department.
All right, thank you very much. I just was making sure we were going to follow the proper process. Thank you. I'm all set.
And so in terms of
The request needs to go to the mayor because the mayor submits all financial orders.
And so process for Councillor Bottomley would be to submit this to the mayor's office?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry, I skipped over Councillor Dolan because I thought they were both Kathy.
Understandable. I just wanted to comment that this line item has historically been used for the Mass Municipal Association conference, which is really incredibly valuable. I went last year, and I would recommend, even in the virtual format, that all of my colleagues go. It's really one of our only opportunities to talk to folks from other communities. That said, the cost is way down because it's virtual. So I would suggest perhaps when Councillor Bottomley submits this, we make that number 6,000 instead of 6,500 and maintain a little bit of funding for those who do want to attend, just because it really is an experience that we only get access to once a year.
And Councillor Dolan, do you know how much it is per councillor to attend the virtual conference?
I'm sorry, it's $85. Okay. So I think if we left 500 to the side, that would allow anybody who wanted to go, and would still allocate a lot of money back to the DPW, which I support.
85 times 13 is $1,105, so I just want to be mindful of that.
Historically, only a few people go, I think.
Okay. All right, so thank you very much for that thoughtful motion, Councillor Bottomley. Sounds like you had some next steps to make sure this comes before council and we can enact it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other motions tonight? I just want to make sure I'm not moving right along. Okay, I will move right along. Motions for reconsideration. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
No, I want one thing.
So
Hey, Councilor Ricketts is trying to speak.
Yes.
Oh, I thought I put in the chat. I'm sorry, it didn't show up.
Stupid chat. Go ahead, Councilor Ricketts.
Okay, I just want to pivot for one moment. I just want to wish all my colleagues and anybody in the public who's still here for I don't know why, I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and please stay safe, because it really is the health of our community for the next few weeks, what we do during the holidays next week. So I know everybody wants to be with those families, but please take care as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep those numbers down by cooperating together. Exactly. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion made by Gwynn, second by Wheeler. All those in favor?
Yes.
Bye.
Is there anyone opposed? Abstentions. We'll call this meeting adjourned at 11:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there and have a